honk.
Yes, indeed. Honk as always. Honk as ever, as always. Honk will lead them. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Evernuts. Welcome, everybody, to a Saturday night stream. Saturday night's all right for D&D. It's good to see you all. And welcome, everybody, to a special session of D&D with viewers. This was originally going to be Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks, but we had a situation with one of the players with a semi-emergency situation. No, not exactly, although I do want to watch that at some point, Echo, actually. But a semi-emergency situation yesterday, so we had to cancel Expedition. We will have Expedition back at the end of the month, and we will have Eberron next week and all that kind of stuff as normal. But having said all of that, I decided that this would be a good time, therefore, since it was going to be D&D, to do some D&D with viewers. We're going to be doing some Caves of Kood next week, and now we're going to be moving into Caves of Kood now that we have finished Beyond Shadowgate. But I thought this would be a good time to do some Dungeons & Dragons with viewers, and we're doing this slightly differently than we often do. This is going to be similar to what we did a last time. That's exactly right, Echo. They basically, there's a whole big like shopping episode happening off screen. That's basically what this is. Like, it's basically 3 hours of them being like, do I want the red shield or the white shield? That's basically what it comes down to. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing this. I'm excited for this because this is the first time that we are going to be playing the new campaign called Legacy of the Green Flame from Pacesetter Games, which are the people that made Into the Unknown that we did a couple of years ago. I really enjoyed that. I think that went very well with chat, and so we're going to be doing that for this. And this is a step up in class in terms of the complexity and difficulty and stuff like that. And as you can see, as Echo pointed out upstairs, we're going to have to, farther up the chat, I should say, that someone has to extinguish the cabbage flame. So that's what's going to be happening. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support the channel. If you have not done so already, please follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube at !ArvTube. No, that's true. You said we can't. I said someone has to, though. !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Hi, Emily. And yes, it was the one where Alfie judged us. It is correct. Hopefully that will not happen again. Hopefully, I don't think there's an Alfie in this one, at least not the same. Discord !ArvCord. If you're watching me over on YouTube, by the way, thank you. Please do subscribe over there. I've been pushing that a lot because we are up to, again, a new record of subscribers. We're trying to get to 1,100. We're only about 12 away from that number, so every new subscriber over there moves us towards that goal, and it is free for you folks to do that. It is free for that, and it is doesn't cost you anything, but it definitely helps us out on the algorithm, so please consider doing that. That would be lovely. Let's see. That's YouTube, Discord !ArvCord, Twitter !ArvTweets, Blue Sky !ArvSky. Do follow me over on Blue Sky. I want to be moving myself over there eventually. That's the eventual plan, is to be all the way over there and all the way off of Twitter, so that I will no longer have Twitter or Facebook, just Blue Sky. Not that Blue Sky is perfect, but it's better than the other alternatives as we speak right now. So I am over there at the moment, so please do follow us over there. And you know, Twitter, until I do that, probably will be on Twitter for another couple of months anyway. TikTok is !ArvTalk, although honestly, given the current circumstances, I don't know if TikTok's not even going to be available in the United States within a couple of months. It may end up being banned, so we'll see what happens in the meantime. But we will have YouTube Shorts regardless, and that, of course, is being done by the amazing Live Suing. So that, again, is !ArvTalk. Website for this, arvaneleron.com. I just did a long-form Hearthglow recording yesterday. It was really, really good, by the way. And I now can make an official announcement about this. Now, I'm going to try to follow up this announcement with a Twitter announcement and a Blue Sky announcement. In fact, I better put a little note on my to-do list about this. Announce Hearthglow finale. Because I announced this yesterday. So the announcement is that we have one more long-form recording. Now, Triffid does the audio work to edit this down into more bite-sized 40-minute to 60-minute, depending on the length of the overall recording, audio recordings of this. But we have one more long recording, which we'll be doing here at my home next month in February. And then the finale is going to be happening in March. And the finale of Hearthglow Hearthglow is going to actually be what's called Beyond the Forbidden Library. That will be the finale. This was always meant, Hearthglow really was always meant to be basically the bridge between part 2 of my Forbidden Library trilogy and part 3. So I am happy to announce that the finale is going to be live and in person, and the finale is going to be taking place in the theater at Sacred Heart University in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Very excited for that. I should say really, I guess it's kind of on the Bridgeport-Fairfield line, but anyway. So I'm super pumped about that. I will have a specific date for people next month. My guess is that it's going to be somewhere between the middle of March to the end of March, partially dependent on scheduling. But we are going to have the theater available to us for that finale, and that's going to be awesome. So super excited about that. I love doing these live events, and yeah, so more details about that to come. If you were in the Southern Connecticut area, I will definitely tell everyone about where they can get tickets and stuff like that. We will be broadcasting it, recording it, and all that kind of good stuff. But any support that people are going to be able to give will be lovely. So yeah, I am excited for that. It's going to be a good time with Hearthglow. So if you want to find out more about that, and you're like, wait, I have to get caught up on Hearthglow, let me suggest that you go over to arvanelleron.com to the Hearthglow page section, where you can peruse that, where you can listen to those things at your leisure. You can also go to the YouTube channel, of course, and check out Hearthglow there as well. So please do that. Let's see. Also, of course, Gen GMs. We just released our latest long-form video of Gen GMs. We have a bunch of shorts that are going to be coming out from that as well. I noticed there were a few people commenting on that, which is great. The DM-GM tip show that I do with Zach Clay, that, again, we're trying to get up to 100 subscribers. That's obviously considerably further, less far along. So, yeah, please do consider joining us over on Gen GMs as well. On the financial front, Exclamation Point Arv Shop is my merchandise area. Exclamation Point Arv Treon is my Patreon. You can get cool stuff there for yourself and cool stuff for the channel, so please do support us over there. And also, really trying to get that back into triple digits and moving upwards. Also, please consider subscribing to the channel. That is always appreciated as well, so please do that. And then, let's see, so publishing, oh yes, and then the publishing of this is Exclamation Point Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation Point Library, that's my Tales and Tomes in the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Exclamation Point Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the first 3 books of the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts, available right at that link. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks there, and you can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is going to be coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment. That is being designed by our good friend Brandon O'Brien. It is going to be amazing, and that is in edits now, so that is going to be out in the summer of this year. So now is the time to pre-order if you want to get in on the ground floor, as they say. So that's going to be an awesome time. I cannot wait for that. Let's see. Last as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation Point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Exclamation Point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message for others who will be in that situation in the future. Now, let me get rid of, let me get rid of this, and let me turn on that. There we go. Hi, everyone. It's a little zoomed in. There we go. That's more what we're looking at. Hello, everyone. It is good to see you all. Now, I'm going to warn everybody up front 2 things. The first thing I'm going to warn everyone is I am going to be occasionally checking down over to the left on my phone because the Pittsburgh Steelers, oh, that reminds me. I need to change my outside lighting setup. I need to change immediately to Pittsburgh colors. My God, no wonder they can't stop Baltimore. I'm sure that's the reason. Okay, there's this, and then we do that. All right. Okay, Pittsburgh colors are up and running. I'm going to be down here checking this. I do not expect the Steelers are going to win this game. I suspect they're going to get beaten fairly badly. They went into this losing 4 straight games. Baltimore is very good. I do not want Baltimore winning a Super Bowl ever. Not a big fan. But they are very good. So So I'll be checking occasionally. Down on the bottom left, I'll be looking at my phone just for score updates. I don't actually have a video or anything, but I'll be looking for score updates down there, and we'll see what happens. Not a good sign that Baltimore started their first drive on their own. Let's see. They started on their 5 and marched down the field, and they're now at the Pittsburgh 12. That is not a good sign. So we'll see. They can't call themselves Steelers. It's been a while since they won a playoff game, honestly. I think Mike Tomlin, the coach of the Steelers, is a very good coach, but I do think they've had some limitations. A lot of it has been quarterback based. They have not had a great quarterback really since Roethlisberger left a few years ago. So they're still struggling with that. I think that their quarterback now, Russell Wilson, is better, but he's not amazing. And so they've been in a little bit of a funk. So I don't know. Playing at Baltimore is not great. So anyway, we'll see. Maybe the first game today was a terrible game between the Texans and the Chargers, just an awful game. So we'll see what happens. Neither of these teams. Yeah. Okay. Well, Baltimore just scored a touchdown. Yeah. I think it's going to be a long night. So I'm actually probably pretty pleased that I'm doing this instead of watching the game, because I have a feeling it's not going to go well. I do not have a good feeling for the Steelers. But anyway, other than that, though, so that's the first thing I wanted to mention. Now, the second thing is this only works if we have enough people to do it. So if we have a limited sort of showing and we only have a couple people that are around to begin with, then I may need to pivot and switch over to Caves of Kood. I had originally, again, expected that I would be doing Expedition for the Mysterious Peaks tonight, but then that got changed yesterday, and then I changed over to originally Caves of Kood, but then I decided D&D with viewers might be a better fit. I don't know if it's going to be, though, and if we don't have a lot of people here, then that's not going to work out as well as we would hope. So we will start by doing a little bit of character building, and we'll see. No, it is not a regular one. I mean, it's not the regular one that you're familiar with, Echo. It's the one that's based on sort of the more game book play-y sort of one, I guess you might say. It's a solo one, but he said as he moves over there, it's one that I think is pretty cool. So this is Legacy of the Green Flame. Now, I have a physical book of this, I should say, and you will see it right here. It is a nice physical book. I backed the Kickstarter when it came out, Legacy of the Green Flame, and you can see this super cool cover. It's a very cool looking cover. I really liked the Into the Unknown when we played this. I guess this was over a year ago that we played this. I thought it was cool. It might have been 2 years ago. And so this is going to be based on 5th edition. Now, the thing is, what we did last time was we actually ended up creating a character. And I thought there were a couple of ways to do this. There was a part of me that thought yeah, exactly. Green Goblin is the main villain, right? So one of the things that I thought we could do is that we could actually do like sort of a pre-generated character. I considered that. I would love it if there was like a 5e. I should look that up. I wonder if there's a 5e randomizer character thing where you just put something in and then it just like randomizes. Is there a 5e randomizer? Character randomizer. I wonder if there is. Let's see. There is one. Oh, interesting. Yeah, there is. Well. All right. So this is interesting. I thought that I might be able to do something with this. I think I'm inclined to try this. So let's see. All right, let's reduce that a bit. This is coming to us from TetraCube, Tetra-Cube. Make sure that I give this person their full props. Okay, select which books to use. Well, I think that's a pretty good selection. Volo's Guide to Monsters, Monstrous Races, Xanathar's Tome of Foes, Cauldron of Everything, Elemental Evils, Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide. We don't need the DM's Guide. We don't need adventure modules. We could do Eberron, but it doesn't really fit here. Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, possibly. I don't know enough about it. Ravnica, no. Mythic Odysseys, no, because both of those are outside of this setting. Acquisitions Incorporated, same deal. Other notable content, even Unearthed Arcana, I want to kind of give a miss to. So I think we're going to go with that. So let's see what we come up with. And what we'll do is we'll generate a character, and I may have chat vote on which character they want, but we shall see what we get to as we go through here. So let's see what we get. All right. So, right. Let's select which books to use. All right. Generate character. I wonder now, actually, is this AI? I should have looked at this to begin with. Is this AI driven or is this not AI driven? Let me make sure that I'm not using Gen AI, which I do not ever want to use ever. It doesn't look like it, though. It doesn't look like it is. It looks like this is actually the right kind of AI. So let's see what we got. Dusha. You don't like that? What if I did Duasha? Character art source. Well, yeah, but where is this coming from, though? Whoops. Oh, God damn it. I accidentally canceled out of this when I didn't mean to. Man, that's not what I meant to do. Is there one that doesn't use... Let's see. Okay. Yeah, the problem is that what I found last time, Echo, is that when I did that, it took forever, and I kind of want to get playing. I don't want to spend all the time just on character creation for this one. So I'm going to find this. I'm a little skeezy on the... I'm a little sketchy on the whole... That other one that we were using, I feel like what that was using was probably... I mean, it technically links to the art source, but it feels a little skeezy to me, so I don't think so. So we're going to use this one instead. This is a GitHub. There is a logical version and there's a random version. That's interesting. Why logical? Ooh, I wonder if it could explain. The logical version builds a character that is cohesive together based on your stats. If anything can be random in this version and still make sense, it is. Let's see. So blah, 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 save as PDF, blah, blah, blah. Okay, everything else is vanilla 5e. Okay, so completely random. You're able to choose from various options like race, class, background, alignment to accommodate any specific. I would suggest using all random for a truly random experience. After the stats and race are generated, generator decides how to fill in the rest based on just those two at the start. Goes down a flowchart of possible classes based on the stats. Picks the best one from the stats given after racial bonuses. Shouldn't give you a class that doesn't fit a build. If a character doesn't have a clear build for a class, gets replaced. After that, it is really just more of the same logic. It takes all the information given to it before the present step and decides. For example, if you have higher dexterity than strength, it'll give you a dexterous weapon if your class starting equipment allows it. Okay, I dig that. I dig that. All right, so let's see. I do not want to play chaotic neutral. All right, so the random version. Oh, I see why. Okay, so it's got to be lawful so we can make this thing happen. Okay, here we go. All right, chat. So we're doing this totally randomly. Everything here is random. Okay. So we're going to choose 3 of these, and then we're going to vote on them, okay? So our first choice here is Umbero. He's unbearable, as they say. Umbero. He is a sorcerer. He has an acolyte background. We don't have a name yet. I'll let chat figure that one out. Half-orc, lawful good. Strength 15, Dex 12, Con 11, Intelligence 8, Wisdom 14, Charisma 15. Currently has 7 hit points. Personality traits. I work hard so that I can play hard when the work is done. The ideal, bettering yourself is essential in life. Bonds. My relic was given to me by a stranger at the lowest point in my life. I draw strength from it. Okay. And then flaws. If there's a plan, I'll forget it. If I don't forget it, I'll ignore it. Okay. So in other words, not a lot on the whole plan. So, relentless endurance, that is a half-orc trait. Shelter of the faithful, can perform the religious ceremonies of your deity. Can expect to receive free healing and care at an establishment of your faith. Those who share your religion will support you at a modest lifestyle. Okay. Then we've got, hey, what's up, Tom Tom? Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Thank you, Tom Tom. I'm going to have to adjust where all those are positioned in this setup. Thank you, Tom Tom. I appreciate it. Okay. Draconic Ancestor. No, wait. Why do I have a Draconic Ancestor if I'm... Oh, because I'm a sorcerer. That was silly. Draconic Ancestor. Silver, and you know the language Draconic. Double your proficiency bonus when making a charisma check interacting with dragons. First level, your hit point maximum increases by 1 and increases by 1 again. Whenever you gain a level in this class, when you aren't wearing armor, your AC equals 13 plus your Dex modifier, which is currently +1. Okay, these are the things that I have. I am an Acolyte Sorcerer. Then we have allies and organizations. What made you start adventuring? What were the circumstances of your birth? Blah, 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 blah. And then we've got these things, sorcerer level. Okay. I think this guy's kind of cool, actually. All right. So let's see. Can I... Is there a way that I can save this? Blue eyes. Let's see. When you score a critical hit with a melee weapon attack. Yeah, I'm actually kind of liking this guy, actually. And I'm thinking that I know the way to get chat to figure out this start. Okay, so here we go. Let's do this. Let's keep this character. All right, so here's how we're going to do this, everybody. All right, first up. Let's see. I'm going to pick someone at random based on the names that I see. All right, so as we know, oh, and I'm going to have to use my original player's handbook. One sec. Okay. So, as we know about the Acolyte background, which I am going to read to you. As we know about the Acolyte background... All right, so we have spent our lives in the service of a temple to a specific god or pantheon of gods. You act as an intermediary between the realm of the holy and the mortal world, performing sacred rites, offering sacrifices, in order to conduct worshippers into the presence of the divine. You are not necessarily a cleric. Performing sacred rites is not the same thing as channeling divine power. So you choose a god, which I think we've already picked probably. I think we have chosen a god, although we may not have. Okay, so we need to choose a god then. All right, so we're going to choose a god, and then I want to start asking some questions. Let's see. Echo, I'm going to start with you. So this is a lawful good character, all right? And Echo, I'm going to give you a choice here. Okay, here we go. Here are your god choices for Echo for our Umbero half orc sorcerer. Okay, and you may know some of these, but I'm just going to briefly sum them for people who don't know what they are. We're using the 2014 Player's Handbook. Over the next couple of years, I'm going to transition over to 2024 because I think it's better. But I'm not only going to do that as we start new campaigns and stuff like that, and I'm not going to do it with this character creator here. The system anyway, Legacy of the Green Flame was using the old 5e, so I'm still going to be using that old system. All right, Echo. First option is Bahamut, the dragon god of justice, a subservient deity to Torm, god of law. He was a member of the Draconic Pantheon, form of a platinum dragon. So that's the deal with that. Aspects, realms. I don't need any of this. I need these things. So basically based on justice and things like that, Bahamut is basically the dragon god of justice. No, Echo is just going to be choosing the god. We're going to be rotating around chat. So Bahamut, justice god, a dragon. Ilmater is the deity of endurance, martyrdom, perseverance, and suffering, known variously as the crying god, the rack-broken lord, and one who endures. Ilmater is the patron of the suffering, oppressed, and persecuted, encourages those to endure, and encourages others to help them by taking their burdens or places. So Ilmater is your second choice, okay? So choice one is Bahamut, god of justice. Ilmater is the god of suffering, basically. Tyr, you should know what Tyr is, I think, because you may have heard of it before, but this is the god of law and justice, the leader of the coalition of deities. He bears the title of the maimed god for his missing right hand, lost in an act of bravery and self-sacrifice. Tyr and Bahamut somewhat overlap. The big difference is that Bahamut is more the justice of the dragons. Tyr is more the justice from the Nordic god point of view. So think a little bit about that. I understand that you may be drawn for some reason, Echo, to a Nordic god, and if so, I totally get that. So there's that. Moradin is the lawful good god of the dwarves. Now, this is going to be a little weird for a half-orc, but, I guess if you could explain it. But Moradin is the lawful good god of the dwarves, a harsh but fair judge who evaluates his creations by the goodness of their works first and their intentions second. So that's Moradin. Why did that just happen? What are you doing? Go away. What in God's name are you doing? Go away. Fair. Okay. That was really strange. That was really odd. I don't know what just happened there. All right. So that was Moradin. Okay. Amonitor, the Netherese solar deity of order, the sun, law, and time, viewed as a harsh but fair deity, revered by many rulers, soldiers, and powerful wizards in ancient Netheril. So, basically, Amontur is the god of the sun, law, and time. Again, we could talk more about specifics if you need them. Hey, what's up, MST? First one is out. Okay, so definitely not. Do I understand definitely not Bahamut, Echo? Is that what you're saying? Definitely not Bahamut? Which is fine. I'm just checking. Okay. All right. Right. Okay. Just 3 left. Yandala is the creator of the halfling race and the matriarch of the entire halfling Pantheon. Patreon as well. As much as I like halflings, I don't see why a half-orc would have a halfling god that they worship, but, there's that. So, Yandala. Then we have the last 2. Baranar Truesilver, the deity of safety, home, and family, the matriarch of the dwarven pantheon. So we have Moradin as the patriarch, Baranar is the matriarch of the dwarven character. So safety, home, and family. Again, dwarven, so a little strange, but, possibly. And then Clan Geddon, the dwarven god of war, a deity of battle and honor in warfare. And that's possible, I suppose, there to go. So here's what you have to choose from. Ilmater, the god of endurance. Tyr, the god of law and justice. Moradin, the god of the dwarves. That's weird, but I'll accept it if you can figure out how to explain it, I guess. Amontor, the god of order, the sun, law, and time. Yandala, the god of the halflings. Again, a little weird, but if you could explain it, I guess. Baranar, the deity of safety, home, and family, a dwarven god, but I'll take it. And Clan Geddon, who is the dwarven god of war. Okay, so out of that group, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, are there any that you definitely want to get rid of and delete? We got to go the classic overrated. The second, which is Tyr, god of justice. Yeah, not delete. No, I hear you. Tyr, we talk about the god of justice. You picked the second, right? That's Tyr, right? Oh, before Tyr? You mean Ilmater? Yeah, it's possible. That's true, Triffid. You're saying Ilmater. Oh, okay, cool. All right, Ilmater, the deity of endurance, martyrdom, perseverance, and suffering. Lord of Ilmater, I beseech you, look upon he and behold my sin. Let it stand before your infinite patience and balk in its presence. For while I am weak, you stand mighty. Let me be absolved before your weeping majesty, that I may cleanly bear the burden of others in your name. My knees may stagger, my bones may break, my will may fracture, but my faith stands strong on your shoulders, Lord, if you will let it. All right. Yeah, Ilmater's kind of cool, I think. All right, Ilmater it is. Good choice, Echo. Okay, so our deity is Ilmater. Lots of drama. That's true. Okay, here we go. Now we're going to go down from question to question. Okay, next up, I saw Triffid. Triffid, what made us start adventuring? Can you give me like a sentence or two, not more than that? What made us start adventuring? Family loss, family gain, lust for adventure, strange, characteristics of casting magic and not knowing why, that sort of thing. Oh, what deity do you serve was right here. My bad. Works out the same way, though. All right, let me get rid of that. Okay. Ilmater. All right, everyone be ready, because if you're in chat, I'm going to come to you next. And next might mean next, or next might mean later than next. Never fit in at home, looking for a place or party to belong to. Okay. Never fit in at home, looking for a place or party to belong to. Awesome. Okay. I love it. All right. Emily, I'm going to come to you next. Just two sentences or one or two sentences, Emily, if you can. What were the circumstances of your birth? What were your circumstances of Umbero's birth? What happened with Umbero? Like, were you born to a rich family, a poor family? Did know your parents? Didn't know your parents? Knew one of them, liked one, didn't like the other. What were the circumstances of your birth? And once we get our characters fixed, by the way, I'm going to get some music rolling in this, but. Dagger and a light crossbow are the weapons. That's cool. And everyone be ready, because I may come to you next. Like Tom in here, might be coming to you. I saw MST in here, might be coming to you, MST. I see Dragon Spear lurking in the background. You cannot escape my eye. My eye is upon you, Dragon. So be ready, MST. Who knows? It'll be you, it'll be Dragon, it'll be somebody. All right. Because of Umbero. Oh, okay. Here we go. Because of Umbero's, unconventional parentage, he was left in a monastery, and so he never went without, but he never felt he had his own. Nice. I love that one. Shocking that Emily's good at character creation. I can't imagine why. Good stuff, Emily. Thank you. Okay, I'm actually going to do this so I can see that a little bit better. Right. Okay, next up, Tom. His mother was Mexican. Would you stop, Echo? Okay, yeah, exactly. That's why you did the DD. Okay, Tom. What caused you to become an acolyte? Why did you, again, just like two sentences at most, Tom. Why did you become an acolyte? And of course, you're an acolyte of Ilmater. Thank you, Critchwitch. Yay. Thank you so much for the resub, Critchwitch. 58 months. My goodness. Thank you so much. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you. AFK. Okay, lurk support. Realize that was the path to gain respect from common folks. Umbero soon realized that was the path to gain respect from common folks. All right. We know that already that he serves Ilmater. Okay, there's this. There's that. Okay. MST. Where was your temple and monastery? MST, was it in the mountains, the valleys? Was it in like a dormant volcano? Was it, in a simple village? Was it in a city? Where was Umbero's temple or monastery? A mountain valley. Okay. I love it. A mountain valley. All right. Very cool. Very cool. Critchwitch says that Critchwitch was lurking, so I will not bother Critchwitch now. Instead, I will loop back around because I think I've had everybody that's spoken so far, right? Okay, let me loop back around then. Echo, why did you learn? So we have, I don't know why it says common, orc, giant, and giant. It should just be giant. So Echo, why did we learn, you know why you learned common, and we know why you learned orc. I think the key here is giant. We already know about why you learned draconic as well. And in fact, that should be here. That's a mistake. That should be draconic. So Echo, why did you learn giant? That's the question. Just a couple sentences. Why did you learn giant? And that's that's a story-based thing. Is it like, giants attacked your homeland at some point? Or were you like, giants, you healed a giant once and that's why you became the Ilmater followers, so you wanted to learn their language? Like, why did you learn giant? Yeah, that's true. It is a mountain valley. So remember all the previous answers we've gotten as well. Again, just a sentence or two. Also include an answer. Might double. All right. Well, let me ask you this, Echo. Do you have an answer? Do you have an answer for the sorcerer one? In which case, can I ask somebody else the language question? Is that fine? Say it out and let you decide. Okay, yeah, go ahead. Say it out. And for those of you just joining us, we are creating our character. We got a random character, but now we're creating the background of said character. Umbero, the half-orc sorcerer. Ugh. Yeah, not looking good for the Steelers. Not looking good. Oh my God. One of the many brothers in the monastery, one was a giant, knew how it was to feel like an outsider. Many years devotion became his best friend, so much the half-orc wanted to learn his language so they could converse in their own way. He used to be a sorcerer, taught the half-orc, at least learned his way. I see. So, okay, yeah, you know what? I agree with you, Echo. I will take both of those. Learned from a fellow monk or fellow acolyte at the monastery, a giant. Okay, and Y knew what it felt like. Let's see. Taught by the giant. Let's see. Who knew what it was like to be an outsider. That's good, Echo. I agree with Emily. Yes, good call. Okay. Very good. Okay. How did you go from acolyte to sorcerer? That's C above. We already know the answer to that. Okay. All right. Triffid, I think, is the one who was up next. So Triffid, what does... That was good, Echo. Triffid, what does being a half-orc mean to you? And so I guess that means, what is your pride in your heritage, relatively speaking? Do you take pride from it? Do you identify more, I guess I would say, as a person of half-orc heritage, or of sorcerer or acolyte heritage? What do you draw from your half-orc heritage? Because you were the one who talked first about the idea of not feeling like you fit in. So, oh, you're having a family convo? Oh, okay, never mind. So then, Emily, same question to you, because I think you were up next. Emily, what would being a half-orc mean to you? What specifically, what does it mean to Umberro? And again, we'll try to keep this to just a couple sentences for the sake of room. Ugh. God, the Steelers cannot stop the Ravens. Bluch, bluch, bluch. Just keep looking down and seeing like 7-0. The Ravens get 10 yards, 14 yards, 6 yards, 12 yards, 13. They're like, stop them, stop them. Okay, means confusion to him. So much of his identity is the monastery. He didn't understand how leaving that would set him adrift. Oh, I see. It means confusion. Leaving the monastery. Left much of his identity with the monastery. In the monastery. And feels adrift since leaving. Got it. All right. Good work, everybody. I love it. I love it. No, I already did that one. Okay. Great, great, great. Right. Okay. And the friends we're going to get from the adventure and all that. So that's why that is not anything else that we're doing there. As far as spells, we have Dancing Lights. We have Firebolt, Ray of Frost, Shocking Grasp. We also have, let's see, Detect Magic. We have Disguise Self. We have Expeditious Retreat. All right. Cool. Now, how do I export this? Save it as a PDF or after. All right. So, I'm going to get rid of that for a second. Print. And we're going to save that to PDF. Oh, of course, one of the issues is going to be we have to save it in a PDF enough. All right, hang on a second. This is the problem with having everything in this one spot. Is there a way that I can get most of these? Okay. All right, so what we're going to do is, this is how we'll do this. It's a little weird looking, but this way we'll get the whole PDF on there as opposed to just some of them. Okay, I'm completely not doing that right. Okay, right. An infant home or a circumstance of your birth. What caused you to become an acolyte? Whom do you serve? Okay, that one. There. Sorry, I changed my mind like 6 times about what looks better. Okay. Okay. Right. Okay, so what we're going to do is cut. There we go. That way we get everything in on one page. Doesn't even know what being a half orc even means. Doesn't even know what being a half orc really means. Okay, cool. All right, so now we print. That looks like that will save properly. Yes. Excellent. Okay. Save to PDF. It's going to ask me what exactly, and I will say okay. Now let's make sure that it captured that properly. All right. The heck? Roll20. Why do you have to be so Roll20-ish sometimes? I swear to God. Yes, can you please do exactly the thing that I had you on to begin with? Thank you. All right. Great. So let's make sure what I was doing here was I was doing that. And then folder. Okay. So now what we're going to do is I'm actually going to get rid of that, I think. And instead, remove. I'm going to, instead of that, I'm going to add. So let's delete that. I'm going to instead add the PDF in, which I think looks better. Okay. Go away. Right. So we're going to do this. Character. Okay. Here we have our handy dandy window capture. Thank you to Levi Blodgett for making this cool randomizer that allowed us to do some cool stuff. Good, lovely. Okay, there we go. So that is our character, chat. Barrow is our character. He is a sorcerer. He is an acolyte. His name is... wait, can I... I want to highlight it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, never mind. I don't want to use a PDF editor. We don't need to do that. We'll have to worry about that later when I feel like dealing with a PDF editor, which we don't have to do right now. Okay, great. So he's Umberro. He's an acolyte. He's a sorcerer. He is a half-orc. He has strength 15, dex 12, con 11. He has intelligence 8, wisdom 14, charisma 15. He works hard so he can play hard when the work is done. Bettering yourself is essential in life. Was given a relic. If there's a plan, I'll forget it. If I don't forget, I'll ignore it. He has 7 hit points to begin with. He has a 14 armor class. He has got a dagger and a light crossbow. He speaks Common, Orc, Giant, and Draconic. Let's see. He never fit in at home, was looking for a place or party to belong to. He was left in a monastery, so never went without, never felt he had his own. Soon realized that was the path, becoming an acolyte to gain respect from common folks. Serves Ilmater as his deity. His monastery was a mountain valley. He learned from a fellow acolyte at the monastery, a giant. That's why he speaks giant. He was a sorcerer because he was taught by the giant, who knew what it was like to be an outsider. He went from acolyte to outsider because of the above. And being a half-orc is confusing because he doesn't even know what being a half-orc really means, since so much of his identity was centered around being an acolyte at the monastery. Lovely. Good work, everybody. All right, which means we can now get into playing the game. Now, for those of you who have played my Gamebook illustration streams, the Gamebook playthrough things, you will all know how this works, which is that you will have various decisions to make throughout the course of the game. And when you get those decisions, I will put those up on the little thing that you see over here. That is where I'm going to be having like votes for various things. And I'll talk about how the vote will work when we actually get to that point. In the meantime, though, I should say that this is available from Pacesetter Games. Yeah, so I am ready to go. The main thing that we need to remember that's different from the standard here is, number one, they strongly recommend against invisibility because it kind of breaks the way the solo system works. You have pretty much carte blanche to do whatever you want except for turning invisible, because it just sort of breaks the system, which I understand that. Like I can understand what it would be like trying to deal with the greater problems of that. So I totally get that one way or the other. You may be able to get a hireling or henchman later in the game, possibly. And if so, those NPCs would share in combat experience. We'll see. We're going to be using the milestone system, though, because it's better. So we don't really have to worry about that too much. It is the case, however, that we will, as we're in the process of doing this, we will see that, let's see, GM map inside front cover. The one thing that they did not do was they did not sort of manage the map of this properly, so I'm kind of playing around with it based upon what they have here, but it was supposed to be, ooh, nice, top 500 North American Overwatch. Well, congratulations to Vance. That's awesome. It sounds pretty badass. So that means that the mapping system, I went through and was able to do some of it with Roll20, but I have a question into them asking basically like, is this what you actually meant to do with this? Because it seems a little not quite right to me in terms of how they're managing it. So, but we'll see. There'll be more details about that as we come. At any time during Grave of the Green Flame, you can return to the Green Grizzly Inn and sell or buy from a merchant that is staying at the inn. During Beyond the Black Wall, which is one of the adventures, you don't have an opportunity to offload treasure until the adventure ends, and you are moving deeper into the mountains where you encounter a merchant caravan. There is no chance of encountering a merchant during or after Ruins of the Red Moon or during Stairs to the Sapphire Citadel. These are all different parts of this adventure that we are about to play. We also start with a new statistic called adventure points. We have a number of adventure points equal to our character levels, and since we're level 1, we have 1 adventure point. Basically what these are is you can spend an adventure point to change the die roll to match the desired or required result, and an AP can be used to grant a reroll at any time, or use an AP to alter a described result. So you can alter things basically. But adventure points only build up levels until you get a level advancement or occasionally something happens within the scenario. So there's sort of like hero points in the Eberron campaign. So we have a grand total of 1 adventure point, which I forgot to put there. But we'll have to remember that we have one of those adventure points sitting there and waiting. That is what we have that we are possessing. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to go here. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Get that locked. So with all of that said, chat, here we go. The time has come. It is time for the prequel. So chat, everyone buckle up. Oh, we need some music, actually. Let me get some music. I'm going to get some music from, let's see. From Kevin MacLeod. Well, no, maybe I'm going to use another one, actually. Oh, no, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm going to use Roll20 because if I do that, it's going to keep getting interrupted by commercials, and that's going to annoy me. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use the track within here, which is one of my favorites. Let me see. How does this sound? Whoa. Nope. Okay. Let's add that. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Add to game. And okay, Willow in the Light is one of my favorites, but we're not going to just do that. Temple. Yeah. How's that? Okay. There we go. Chat, can you hear that music okay? Does it need to be louder? You hear it fine? Okay. Cool. Alrighty, here we go. Let's do this. Last check-in to see if the Steelers are getting crushed, as it looked like they were before. 14-0. And then immediately a 3-and-out and 3rd and 3 at the Baltimore 17. That seems very bad. Sigh. Down 14-0 is not good. Not good, chat. Not good. Not surprising, but not good. All right, here we go. Here we go. It is finally time to venture out on your own. You've always dreamt of becoming an adventurer since you left the temple. The stories told by your aunt and uncle who trekked far and wide, let's say your aunt and uncle at the monastery, have always inspired you, and the call is just too great to ignore. You have learned all you could from them on their brief visits, and though you were ill-equipped, you do not lack courage. But you have one thing, a gift from your aunt and uncle. See Family Heirloom Sidebox. Ooh. Oh, we have a spell scroll of Expeditious Retreat. Now that's interesting because I already have Expeditious Retreat. So... All right, I'm going to call an audible here and add one of those. I didn't know that we were going to get a spell. So instead of that, I am going to call an audible here. And we're going to do, we have 2 first level spell slots. Shoot, so... Okay, so we have Magic Missile. Just wanted to be clear. I think that's fairly standard stuff. I don't think that's totally weird or unusual, but since we have Expeditious Retreat Spell Scroll, I think it's reasonable for us to have Magic Missile as well, as our spell that we actually got. So we have the Spell Scroll of Expeditious Retreat, so that's awesome. Far into the wilds, near the edge of what can be called civilization, is the Drakenwood. And that is where you see in front of you, chat, under the prequel, that forest path you see before you is the western edge of the Drakenwood. On the border of that fell place is the Green Grizzly Inn, and that's Grizzly, not Grisly. The owner is friendly to adventurers and has many stories that may lead to treasure and fame. He awaits your arrival. The road has been long, and you have seen few people over the last few days. The road is used occasionally by merchant caravans, as it is the shortest way through the Drakenwood. A few farms have dotted the lands. Now the plains have broken into sparsely wooded hills, and ahead you can see the massive forest. Rounding a bend, the trees grow thicker and are mostly pines. The edge of the Drakenwood is still several miles distant. Suddenly, a shadowy shape crosses the road and disappears into the pines. All right, so choice number 1, chat. Do we move forward and investigate the spot where the shape crossed the road? Question mark. Do we run down the road and flee the area? Or do we wait a few moments and see what happens? Okay, there we go, chat. So, $ vote space 1, move forward and investigate the spot where the shape disappeared. $ vote space 2, run down the road and flee the area. And $ vote space 3, wait a few moments and see what happens. See what you want to do. And yes, let's try to keep in mind who our boy Umbero really is. Arba plus a little small. Let me see if I can fix that. It's always a matter of screen real estate. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It is a little bit. Let's increase the size of that, shall we? Okay, if I move that over here, and then I move this here, and then I move Twitch chat like that. Like that. That should be a little bit better, I think. Yeah, that's kind of what I think I did. If you're talking about the webcam, more room on the screen overall. Yeah, but the up and down is honestly not so much the issue. It's the center map is going to get bigger as we go along. The center map basically is going to expand. So that's why, I mean, I'll zoom out, but I'm trying not to use up a lot of this space in the center is basically what that is. So we'll roll with this for now, and we'll see. We'll make adjustments as we go through. But right now it looks like we've got... Let me see if I can get actually a little more. All right, I think that should be pretty good. The Armadillo on stream has many powers. I am grateful that one of those powers appears to be healing your neck. I'm glad to hear that, for sure. Actually, I could also do this, couldn't I? And then I could do this. Yeah. That way I have more real estate with the map up around here. So maybe that will help. I think that may do it. There we go. I think that's pretty good. Maybe a little bit close to the Patreon link. That's it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good idea too, Echo, but I think this works. This gives us more room to work with, I think. And thank you for the feedback, because yeah, that is... Now we can actually see the polls more than we could before, so that was good. All right, chat, last call on this. Last call to decide what we're going to do. Are we going to move forward and investigate the spot where the shape disappeared? We're going to run down the road and flee the area, or wait a few moments and see what happens? Last check this half. Oh, my God. Oh, great. 21-0 in the first half as we get to halftime. That's great. Thanks for showing up, Pittsburgh. Great work. I just had I was very, very down on this team going into this. I was like, they just have been playing very poorly the last few weeks. And like, I knew that this was going to be a problem. This is why I didn't want to play the Ravens in Baltimore right out of the gate. And like, bluch. Bluch, bluch, bluch. Oh, well. We'll always have the Huskies, right? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Okay. Right. Okay, so we're going to move forward and investigate the spot where the shape crossed the road. You carefully approach the area. Yeah, I know, exactly. They are pretty much the broken god at this point, like right now, the broken people. You carefully approach the area where the shadowy shape crossed the road. It's easy to find as an animal trail or narrow passage, or narrow path, I should say, bisects the road and disappears into the woods on both sides. On the north side, where the shape fled, you see a broad-leafed plant, and it is spotted with fresh blood. You turn to the south, hearing a snapping of leaves and branches. Erupting from that direction, a massive spider crashes through the undergrowth. The thing is nearly 2 feet tall with impossibly long legs. It is green and brown in color, its body appearing as if it were the bark of a tree. It has 8 large black eyes and a pair of mandibles the size of daggers. It pauses for the briefest second, then rushes straight at you. Welp. All right, so do we attempt to flee down the road? Do we It wants a hug. Yeah, exactly. Do we attempt to flee down the path to the north? Or do we stand and fight? Yeah. And that's how they've been looking, honestly, for a couple of weeks. I don't know what's going on with them. I think they got out to a really great start, and they were 10-3. And then they hit just this buzzsaw of the schedule. They played the Chiefs. They were never going to beat them. They played the Ravens. They should have beaten them. They almost did, but couldn't quite do it. That would have been real nice. They lost to the Bengals. They just hit all these teams that were really good and sort of on the come at the same time that the Steelers were fading. And I don't know. The team is still not all the way there. The quarterback situation still isn't great. And they're not they only really have one good, like really good wide receiver, George Pickens, who is out for much of the year and is that's the idea. So right, or stand and fight. Sorry about that, MST. So anyway, there's the deal with that. Because he was watching his team, yeah. Well, I'm not going to have to watch too much longer since I see the way this is going. I'm glad that they made the playoffs, honestly. I'm just annoyed that they just sort of faded this way, and I really want the Ravens to lose. So I'm hoping that, whoever wants to crush the Ravens. Basically, if the Steelers lose this game, I'm basically a Lions fan for the rest of the playoffs. It's time for the Lions. I like that team anyway. I would definitely root for the Lions the rest of the way. I have no particular dislike or like of anyone else in the playoffs except for the Ravens, who I don't want to win. So yeah. And who knows, maybe the Steelers, they're a proud team. I mean, maybe the Steelers come out and wake up. Also, TJ Watt has been very off. I think he's playing with an injury. The last few weeks, he's also been almost invisible, which is not like him. So I don't know what's going on with that. But anyway, it's all right. I'm with Texas. You went to Baltimore 9 months. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, as a person, so again, $ vote space 1 chat to attempt to flee down the road, $ vote space 2 to attempt to flee down the path to north, $ vote space 3 stand and fight. I mean, from the point of view of a team, they are named after the Edgar Allan Poe poem, which is pretty cool. So in some ways, I would be a Ravens fan, I guess, if I had started from scratch, or I could see that I would be. But other than that, like, I just don't, I don't know. And also, Pittsburgh, the Rooney owners, good Democrats, right? They are the ones who initiated the Rooney Rule, which is that teams have to interview minority candidates when they're interviewing for their coaching positions, rather than just the same coaching carousel of white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy, white guy. That really changed the league. That's why Mike Tomlin is their coach. I like the way they run the organization. And I just can't like the Ravens definitionally because of the whole situation of the rivalry between them. I don't think they're like an evil team or anything. I just, I can't root for them. The team I like least in the NFL is the Patriots, but they're awful. So, and they didn't even get close to the playoffs this year. I think they won like 4 games. So that's what that's all about. So. Yeah. Yeah, and I've got nothing against the Chiefs except they have already won a couple, so, But if it's the choice of the Chiefs getting to the Super Bowl or the Ravens, sign me up for the Chiefs any day and twice on Sundays, please. Please, please, please. Do not want any part of the Ravens being anywhere in a Super Bowl, basically. Yeah. No, it doesn't surprise me. And I've heard that, from a number of people. A lot of people say that Philadelphia fans tend to be, as a city, the worst. These are the people that threw rocks at Santa Claus and they cheered when Michael Irvin was lying on the field and could have been paralyzed for life. The receiver for the Cowboys, they were cheering as he was lying there. I like Philadelphia city. Philadelphia sports fans, but that's not specific to the Eagles, honestly. I believe you. I have not had a lot of exposure to Ravens fans directly. The games that I've been to have been either in the friendly confines of Heinz Field with Philadelphia, with the Pittsburgh Steelers, or I've gone to a couple of Seattle games. So I've been to a couple of Seahawks games, but that's a totally different vibe out there. So, yeah, no, I mean that's none of that is good, Emily, for sure. That's not cool at all. So 19 years ago, yeah. Man. Yeah, not cool at all. I agree. Okay, last call on this. Fleeing down the road or standing and fighting against this spider? Last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. All right. We have attempted to flee down the road. That is what chat says. Okay. So, you turn to run as the spider turns to attack you. It's about 50 feet away. Your legs are hit by strands of webbing, and you have to fight hard not to fall down. You can still move, but you are drastically slowed. And I actually have a picture for this, just so you all know. I'm going to show you that picture in just a moment, so you get a clear visual for all of the arachnophobes in the audience. Yeah, that went well. Umbero, all of a sudden everyone is just like, what? Okay. Let me add that image. There you go. Pleasant dreams, everybody. Okay. We forgot what our character is. Well, he's not like a hard ass though. He's a, you know, he's a trying to help him. Shelob's crazed cousin. That's basically right. All right, chat. So we have been webbed. So given the fact that we are webbed, quick double question here, or like yes or no. $ vote space 1 means that we will turn to fight the spider. $ vote space 2 means we will try to flee. So $ vote space 1, fight the spider. $ vote space 2, flee. And we have been webbed, remember. And while you're all making your decision about that, which I think is going in a particular direction, I am going to get, this is cool music, but I am going to get some music appropriate for the combat here. Ooh, I wonder if there's a... No. Is there one here? Who? Okay. Nice. Who needs combat when you've got a spider's den? Ooh, I love it. All right. Last call, last call. Spider time. All right. There we go. So we are going to turn and fight. I agree entirely with all of you. That's exactly what we should do. Okay. So here's how this is going to work, chat. It says the spider is 50 feet away and you have 1 round to perform an action. Use a weapon or a missile weapon. It says use a weapon, missile weapon. Or you could also shoot something. After that action, roll for initiative and conduct battle normally. The spider battles to the death. Additionally, since you were webbed, you move at half movement this encounter. But we all know what happened when we tried to run away anyway, so, you know, no big deal there. All right, so let's take a look then at our character here. So we have got a light crossbow that we could fire at the creature, or we could shoot Firebolt, Ray of Frost, or Magic Missile at it. So what I'm going to ask is, should we fire crossbow at it? Should we use Firebolt? Should we use a Ray of Frost? Or should we use Magic Missile? All right, chat, get in your vote. This is before combat begins. $sign vote space 1, fire crossbow. $sign vote space 2, use Firebolt. $sign vote space 3, use Ray of Frost. $sign vote space 4, use Magic Missile. What's it going to be? You come at me, you get lit up. All right, I see 2 votes for fire bolt, 1 vote for fire crossbow. Different meaning of the word fire, by the way. Standard medieval practice. Hold, fire at will. All right, last call. Get your votes in now, chat. One vote for crossbow, 3 votes for firebolt. Going once. Going twice. He did this. We tried to go away. All right. Firebolt it is. All right, so. All right, we have to make a ranged spell attack against the target. So, the way that we're going to do that is we should have Arvbot is up and rolling, I think. Actually, wait a second. Don't anyone do anything yet. Hold on. Nobody panic. I'm a professional. Okay. Okay. Make sure I got that going on. Great. All right. So, chat, if you do $ roll space and then a ranged spell attack. So, in our case, the way that that's going to work is we're doing the ranged spell attack because we are using Firebolt, and our ranged spell attack should be +4. So we are going to be doing D20 +4. So if someone would be so kind as to go $ roll, and then I think it's $ roll, roll D20 +4. Thank you, Echo, for doing what I was trying to say. Okay, let me see if I can actually, I don't need to leave that one. Okay, that is going to hit, absolutely. So now we can roll damage. And damage on the Firebolt is going to be 1d10 damage. So it is 1d10 fire damage. Now let me just see as I look at the appendix here. Let me look at the monsters, because this is a new monster. It is called a wood spider. And according to this, spider, giant wood. Oh, okay. So you're going to be a giant wolf spider. Okay. Okay, there we go. That's lovely. Right. Okay, so go ahead and roll 1d10. You do not have any benefit to the fire specifically, unfortunately. But you should definitely do that. Wood spider, so fire does double damage. Sadly not. Okay, you're going to roll 8, though. Okay, that looks like it hurt it a lot. It is not dead, but that looks like it hurt it a great deal, which is good news. Because after we do that, we roll for initiative. So that happened before initiative even began. So, yeah, that's pretty cool, right? So good roll, Echo. All right, that thing looks like it got hurt a lot, but it's not dead yet. So now we need to roll for initiative. So I would ask, I'm going to be rolling the dice on my end as I usually do. But if someone would be kind enough to, Echo started it, so we can certainly keep with that. If someone would be kind enough to roll initiative. So in this case, our initiative is going to be +1. So D20 +1, Echo. I see. So we rolled a 2. Well, it's going to be better than that, I'm afraid. So that means it's going to arrive and it is going to attempt to hit us. Oh, that's going to possibly hurt quite a bit. Because it does, it gets an 18 and our AC is 14. So that's unfortunate. It is going to do, let's see, a total of 3 piercing damage. That's unfortunate. So we are now down to 4 hit points. I realized I should have changed that already. Okay. 4 hit points. And we need to make a Constitution saving throw. So I need you to make a con saving throw for me, please, Echo. That would be a D20 +2. I need to get a PDF editor for this. Okay, so we've got a 3 + 2 means we not get it. That means that we are poisoned, which means we have been slowed, which is unfortunate. We are now affected by a slow spell. So I'm thinking it's a good thing that we hit this thing while it was coming at us because we are going to have some issues, I think. Yeah, -2 penalty to AC dexterity saving throws. It can use either an action or a bonus action, not both. So we are definitely going to be, yeah, like this may be maybe a quick finish for Umbero. But we've got an attack that we can make right now. And we've only got to hit it one more time. So the question is, are we... Are we going to attack with our dagger? Or... Yeah, because we can do that. Or are we going to attack with the spell? So basically what we've got right now is... We can't fire a crossbow because it's right on top of us. We can't use Ray of Frost for the same reason because we'd get disadvantage. Same thing with Firebolt. So basically what we have is... We can attack with our dagger, or we can use Magic Missile. What should we do, chat? $ vote space 1 means we attack with our dagger. $ vote space 2 means we use Magic Missile, and we better not miss. Time to go Shakunis mode. Thank you, Triffid. Yeah, this is actually called Spider Lair in Roll20, so it seemed appropriate. Spider's Den, I beg your pardon. Spider's Den. I love all these sounds. Okay, last call. A firm rebuke with harsh language. Exactly, Proxima. A very firm rebuke. All right, last call. Attack with dagger or use magic missile. Going once, going twice. All right, it is a time to attack with our dagger. So, this is going to be 1d20 plus 4. 1d20 plus 4 is our attack. So you may do that, chat. Also, I should point out, by the way, that since we're in real trouble, remember we had one of those action points? We really need to hit this thing. So if I were to recommend something, I'd recommend that we hit it by using an action point, because we can, or an adventure point rather. We can use an adventure point to do that. So chat, you could tell me in chat, are we using an adventure point or not? We have one to use, but I kind of feel like we may need to, because that, I think we're in trouble. So what do you think, chat? Yes or no? You can just tell me in chat. Yes, do we use the adventure point or not? Yes, it can echo. It either when we level up, or sometimes there will be things in the adventure that give us a boost to adventure points. Yes. But I don't want to say that it's like all over the place, just that, you know. But yes, you can receive some, yes. MST says yes. Yes, no, yes, no. Maybe so. Abide by the deity and say no. All right, we have a tie here on this adventure point. Yes or no? Chat, yes or no? So far we have a tie. What say you, chat? Do you wish to use the adventure point so that we hit this spider, or do we wish to not use it and then we must live by the whims of fate, basically? MST said yes. Echo says no, so I have a tie and I need other people to vote. Can't be dictated by the actions of our first enemy, poisoned or not. I understand. What say you, chat? Get your votes in. Let me know in chat. So Emily, we missed the spider with our dagger, but we have an adventure point to use, which we can basically switch the results so that we did hit it. It's tied right now because the thing is we only have 3 hit points left, and so my worry is what happens if it then hits us a second time. We might be, you know, Sir not appearing in this picture when just as the game starts. So far we have one person saying that we should use our adventure point, one person saying that we should not use it. So Triffid says yes. MST says yes. Emily says yes. Okay. All right. Last call. Spider needs a lesson. Going once. Going twice. Okay. We're using the point, which means that we did hit thanks to the point. We're out of adventure points, but that's okay. We needed to hit this thing. So now what we need to do is damage on this thing. And actually the adventure point means, I think, let me just make sure if we can switch that to match the desired result. Let's see. Oh, so you can match the roll to match the desired result. So that means, what that means is we can switch it to a critical hit. Again, these are very powerful. That's why we have very few of them, by which I mean none now that we've used it. So what that means is that we will do 6 points of damage, and because of our half-orc savage attack ability, we can roll one of our damage dice one additional time and add it to the extra damage of the critical hit. So that means we've done 6 points of damage. So if you could roll 1d4 for me, Echo, we're going to add that to the maximum 6 to hitting this spider. And we used up the adventure point, but, like, I think that was probably the right call. 4. Okay, so we do 10 points of damage. Yeah, that narrowly annihilates this freaking thing. So we absolutely obliterate it. Absolutely obliterate it. So we destroy the spider. Well done, all of us. Okay, we destroyed the spider. As the spider falls, you hear a rushing sound and look up to see the creature the spider must have been chasing. It is a goblin charging you. It has a javelin drawn and attacks. Oh, sorry, it has a dagger drawn, I beg your pardon, and attacks. So we've also got a goblin to deal with. It's a good thing we use the adventure point. Good news, though, is that we get to re-roll initiative against the goblin. Oh, the other thing is that we can... I know, exactly. The other thing is, too, Echo, I need you to roll another saving throw, another con saving throw, to see if we are clear of the slow from the spider's poison, because that would be nice to have. So, again, D20 plus 2 for the con saving throw. Yeah, we're getting introduced early and often. 13. I think that's enough, actually. Let me see. Because I think it was 12 was the difficulty, but let me see. Yeah, DC 11. All right, so we have ended the effect on ourselves. Outstanding. Now we need to roll initiative. So go ahead and roll initiative. Again, that is D20 plus 1 for our dex, and I'm going to roll on my end to see what the goblin gets. Kind of wish the spider and the goblin had killed each other, to be honest. 8 plus 1 is 9. Apparently, yeah, that's kind of the way he is. I guess he saw things in a different light, maybe. Let's see. Okay. Unfortunately, he has beaten us in initiative, I am sorry to say. So he is going to run up and attack. Oh, that's not great. That's not great. That's not great because I think he might have hit us just now. Let's see. Yes, he did hit us. Which is unfortunate. All right. However, I do have some good news. A little bit of good news, which is he did 3 points of damage. Now, you might think to yourself, why is that good news? That means we have 0 points of damage, and that means that we should drop, and then we're dead. But we have Relentless Endurance. When we are reduced to 0 hit points, but not killed outright, we can drop to 1 hit point instead. Can't use that feature again until we finish a long rest. So we are not sitting at 3 hit points, or 0 rather. We're sitting at 1 hit point. But chat, we had better wipe this guy out this turn. So since it is our turn, what do we want to do? And let me highly recommend that we do something that is going to hit and kill this thing without any delay, because we are in big trouble. So we could attack with our dagger. We could use a magic missile. I don't think we can flee because we're going to provoke an attack, although we're not slow anymore. We could also technically disengage and use Firebolt, but again, that's not going to do as much damage as Magic Missile will, but I'll put it up there. Use Ray of Frost, because we could do that too. Same deal. Or use Firebolt. Okay, so again, attack with dagger. We could use Magic Missile. We could use Ray of Frost. That means we disengage 5 feet and then blast it with Ray of Frost, or disengage 5 feet and blast it with Firebolt. So that is the idea. What do you want to do? And again, magic missile does not miss. Just remember that. $ vote space 1, attack with dagger. $ vote space 2, use magic missile. $ vote space 3, use ray of frost. $ vote space 4, use firebolt. Yeah, is there an option to use limit break? We may need one. We may need one nonstop. Also, what's up, nonstop? Good to see you. We may need one soon. Take this dude down one way or the other. Okay. See the votes coming in. Okay. All right, I'm also getting quickly a PDF creator, which I've been thinking about doing anyway, an open source PDF creator, because I want to be able to edit this PDF, and I don't want to keep doing comments because that's going to suck. All right, bear with me just a second, chat. How are the Steelers doing? I stopped looking out of, starting the third quarter. I mean, they're not, I don't see them coming down from 21-0, but let's see. Yep, that's bad. That's really bad. So, what the hell? So it is now 28-7 Baltimore. So, and there's 5 minutes left in the third. So they're not winning is what I'm saying. At least the Steelers are not. Okay. Installing this quickly. Hey, what's going on, Drew? Welcome, Drew. We are, the Steelers are getting crushed, so, but we are doing some D&D with viewers. Yeah, it's not good, Echo. It's not good. It's too bad, too. I mean, they started out so well, the Steelers did, and there was a lot of optimism. And it's nice to get in the playoffs, but it's getting a little tired, honestly, that the last, 5-6 years, the Steelers are basically one and done. They get in the playoffs, they meet a superior team, they get obliterated. Well, not always obliterated, but they lose. And then it's like, all right, then we go home, we have another good season, and then lose in the first round of the playoffs. Like, they gotta, something has to change. I don't want to do that. Finish. Good. I'm glad that I've successfully installed it. Please get rid of that, go out of that, go out of that, go out of that, and go out of that. All right. I am doing all this so I can get my PDF uploaded, chat, so bear with me. Okay, go out of there. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Okay, PDF creator. 1 second. And we want D&D stuff. And we want Legacy of the Green Flame, and we want this. No, this is not. I just need an editor. I just need an editor. I don't need anything. I don't need anything crazy. Just edit. No, I don't need anything this. I just need to edit. Is it toolbox? Just need to edit this PDF. Ah, there we go. Yes, I want to edit a PDF. Precisely what I want to do. D&D stuff. Sorry, chat. I'm just getting this thing so we can edit our boy Umbero. Add shape, add picture. What? What the hell is this? Can you just give me... I just want... Can I just get black, please? Choose. What is this nonsense? I just want black. Give me freaking black color so that I can darken... What? What is this? Man. Yes, I'm sure I wanted... Man! No crazy editors. Why can I not sort, annotate? Like, it looks extremely powerful, except what I really just want to do is, like, I want to edit the thing. I want to edit the PDF. I don't want to... I'm sorry. I know this is extremely exciting. I'm sure everyone's really, really pumped up about it. Text. Okay. Current hit points. One. Okay, 1 hit point. All right, we're going to change this up. One hit point. There we go. Okay, that's better. Right, sorry about that. I was just making sure that I was getting this right in place. Okay, sorry about that. I apologize unreservedly. Okay. Right, so we are sitting at 1. So Magic Missile, let me last call that. Let me last call that. Last call, last call, last call. No crazy editors, no. Not so much. Right. Okay. Magic Missile it is. That's what I'm talking about. So. Okay. Magic Missile, which is going to do, let's see, 1d4 plus 1 force damage to its target. So, Echo, I would love it if you could roll 3d4 plus 3. 3d4 plus 3 to see how much damage we actually do. Hey, what's up, Prince Justin? 10 points of damage. Outstanding. Which is 3 plus 3 plus 1. 7 plus 3. That is good. That is a hit. And we'll be happy to know that that is actually enough to kill the goblin. Thank goodness. We've used up our magic missile, but... Oh, for the love of God, are you kidding me? Okay, good. I was about to be annoyed. Right, so... All right, we've used one so far. Ah. I'm figuring it out, chat. I'm figuring it out. There we go. It worked. I got it. I figured it out. Okay. We used one of those slots. Okay, funny thing. A scenario I played with you by turns during a fight were failing saving throws to avoid being stunned, and I couldn't do anything the entire fight. Happened in the big boss fight tonight. Basically failed saving throw after saving throw. Christiane even tried to throw me bones. No avail. I did go down and was revived, but sadly and tragically, I now have 2 stories of stun uselessness to tell, alas. Oh my goodness. That sucks, Prince Justin. I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, sometimes just the dice gods are unkind, right? Like, I mean, there's just nothing you could do about that sometimes. But listen. You know the way that works, though. That means that you've got some massive karma coming your way, where you're just going to be like, critical hit, critical hit. You know what I mean? That's coming. You know that's on the way. All right, so we defeated the goblin. You'll be happy to know. We will get rid of the little spider's den music. We defeated the goblin. Good job, everybody. So here we go. We have defeated the goblin, thank goodness, thanks to that magic missile. You search the corpse of the goblin and discover a javelin, a dagger, and a pouch. Within you find 12 gold pieces and a small ruby worth 25 gold pieces. So let's see. All right, hang on a second, because this is a little confusing. Yeah. Some of the quality assurance on this could be a little bit better, but anyway. Okay, so yes. We have now got some gold. We've got it in treasure. Okay. Text. All right, so we have got okay, we're going to have to find someone to sell that ruby to, but We'll take it. Okay. So we got that. We also got, no, we already had a dagger, so we don't really need to get 2 daggers, I don't think. We already have a dagger, but we also got a javelin. Okay, we got a javelin. We'll have to look and see about the details about that. We're not proficient with it, with the javelin, so that would be maybe not optimal, but it is something we can figure out if we need to. Yeah, for a first level, that's not bad. Yeah, for sure. And we had the pouch with the 12 gold pieces, etc., etc. Okay. So we have defeated the goblin, and we can now return to the road. Now, since we are sitting at 1 hit point, I want to look and see what the rules are about resting, if anything. Let's see. Resting in the field. If your character performs a long rest at a detailed location, a short rest, blah, 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 a short rest. If your character performs a short rest, you roll on the chart only once. So, chat, we have a decision to make here, which is we can continue down the road. We have a couple of choices, actually. So, let me show you what they are. Okay, we could, so our choices are as follows. We could take a short rest, but we will have to make a wandering monster check when we do that rest if we're just going to rest here. So that is one possibility, to take a short rest. That's option number 1. Option number 2 is, since we've now defeated both the spider and the goblin, option number 2 is we could continue down the road towards the east. You see the map there. So we could continue down the road towards the east, which is where that green Grizzly Inn that we're headed for allegedly is. Or we could also take the path south into the woods. So basically where the spider came from was out of the woods to the south. So we could take the path south into the woods if we wanted to follow where the spider came from. Or yeah, those are the options basically that we have, I think. So take a short rest, which is a wandering monster check. Continue down the road towards the east, or take the path south into the woods where the spider came from. So $ vote space 1 is take a short rest. $ vote space 2 is continue down the road towards the east. And $ vote space 3 is to take the path south into the woods where the spider came from. The reason I'm hesitating is that there are a couple of cases where they obviously asked people to sort of... they have these sections where it's like, go here if you want to do this, go there if you want to do this. And there are a couple of sections where they probably felt, oh, we could just send them to this entry, and then that entry is exactly the same as if they came to it going in this other direction. The problem is, though, that there are references that are nonsensical if you come to it from this. So as an example, it has this listing of, do you continue down the path to the stream ahead? And you're like, what path? What stream? Well, if we had chosen not to run down towards where the spider was, if we had chosen to wait, we would have seen the goblin fighting the spider, and we could have followed them into the woods, and that would have led us to a path, and then we could have gone down the path. But obviously we didn't do any of that, so now saying continue down the path towards the stream doesn't make any sense. So it's kind of a QA issue one way or the other. So, but yes, yeah, thank you. Sorry for the, thank you, Emily, for the getting just enough speed. Yeah, so basically we had a big tough fight against a spider and then a goblin. We could take a short rest, which is a wandering monster check, or continue down the road towards the east. We're headed towards an inn. We don't know how far it's going to be till we get there, but we could do that if we wish. Yeah, we got one spell slot left for missiles. We obviously have magic missile. We have cantrips, obviously, but we have 1 hit point. So, okay, I'm going to last call this. I'm going to look at the solo rules here for resting. I will go to the appendix. There we go. All right, going once, going twice. All right, short rest it is. All right, so Echo, we can continue with you if you want. I would need you to roll a 1d8 to see if we encounter any wandering monsters. So please roll a 1d8. Okay. No, because what it says is that during the day, roll 1d8. If the result is an 8, a wandering monster has been encountered. So we do not actually encounter a wandering monster. We would have needed to get an 8. So that means we have a short rest, which is good because that will allow us then to roll a hit die to get our hit dice back. So we have 1 hit die at this level, and it's 1d6. So, Echo, I need you to roll a 6-sided die for me, please. Yeah, we need our muscles back. 1d6. A 2. All right. So that means we are now sitting at 3. So we have 3 hit points, but that's better than 7. And otherwise, we do not have anything else that comes across while this is happening. So we have taken the short rest, which is good, which means now we just have these other 2 options which remain, which are, clear that again. Do we continue down the road, now that we've rested, do we continue down the road towards the east? We've also used up our hit dice, by the way, for this level. Continue down the road until we long rest. Continue down the road towards the east, or take the path south into the woods where the spider came from. What do you think, Chad? Are we going to stay on the road and not take a chance on path travel, or what? $ vote space 1 is continue down the road towards the east. $ vote space 2 is take the path south into the woods. Into the woods, like the musical. Wow, so y'all are like, you know what? Let's go find that path. Let's go take that path. Interesting. This is going to be cool. I'm actually excited for this. We already cleared out the biggest menace in the woods. Now, I can see that. I can see that. I'm excited for this. The rest of them are under Dragon Spear spell. Right, Echo? No joke. All right, let's see how badly the Steelers are getting destroyed. 28-14. 28-14. Well, I mean, the Steelers, now, that's interesting. The Steelers have scored 2 touchdowns in this quarter, and they have the ball again at midfield. It's about 1:49 left in the third quarter. If they somehow, miraculously, manage to score another touchdown by the end of this quarter at the beginning of the fourth quarter, and they're only down by a touchdown? We'll see. Yeah, I know we meet the mother spider. Okay, last call. Going once, going twice. All right. We're going south into the woods. I'm lost in the woods. Okay. All right, chat. Following the path, which is increasingly difficult. Let me make sure that I did that right. Is that right? Yeah, 4. Following the path, which is increasingly difficult, you find yourself at a stream. Splitting the stream in two, a small island is free of trees and is only covered with tall grass. In the center of the island, which is no more than 20 feet in diameter... is this right? Wait a second. Oh, no, I'm wrong. Totally wrong. Never mind. I read the wrong thing. Sorry. If you take the path south into the woods, go to Area 3. Sorry, I was going to Area 4. Area 3. And in fact, I think we can expand the map a little bit for Area 3. I apologize unreservedly. Yep. I can expand it. Look at that, chat. Well, well, well. Also, quick note, this is using the new jump gate with Roll20, which is their new, like, redesigned tabletop system. The reveal is a lot easier to use, which is very cool. So, very much a fan. All right, there we are, chat. There is a map update, and it is that we are now here. In fact, I think I can probably do this. Can I? Yeah. Used to be that it would get stuck on the edge and it was a real pain in the butt to deal with it, but that is no longer the case. I think you can probably see a little farther down. Yeah, cool. All right. So here we are, chat. So, apologies. Area 3. The path is hard to follow, but... Let's see. Russell Wilson getting sacked at the end of the third quarter is not what we were looking for. That sucks. All right. The path is hard to follow, but you find your way by noticing the occasional broken branch left by the goblin and the pursuing wood spider. After a short distance, the underbrush clears, the trees grow larger, and the canopy blocks most of the daylight. You can see the path with much more clarity now, as paver stones are evident, although many are buried or broken. It seems the path may once have been a road, as it appears to be almost 10 feet wide. It snakes through massive pine trees that must be hundreds of years old. After about a mile, you descend into a shallow vale. The path is now a series of long steps that are more clearly defined. Reaching the bottom, you find yourself in a circular area where no trees grow. However, on the periphery, webs dangle from low-hanging tree limbs. In the center of the clearing, about 60 feet away, a crude stone statue of a demonic creature with 3 wolf-like heads stares directly at you. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit on this. I think I can, actually. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's exactly, it's Cerberus. 3 wolf-like heads. Of its 6 eyes, 1 socket is empty, while the other 5 sockets are inset with a ruby. Even from this distance, you can see fresh scratches around the empty eye socket. All right, chat. So, will we, should we, can we, must we, approach the statue? Should we return to the road? Or should we attempt to circle the glade just inside the tree line? What do we think, chat? $ vote space 1 means we approach the statue. $ vote space 2 means we return to the road. $ vote space 3 means we attempt to circle the glade just inside the tree line. And remember, this is where we just came. Whoops. This is where we just came in from. And there's the wolf statue. Nice. Congratulations, Drew. All right. This is interesting. I really am interested in this. We have some people who are like, so a few of you are like, let's get the hell out and get back. We have a couple of you that are like, let's just circle inside the glade. No one's like, let's go up to the statue. Every one of you is like, everyone's like, this is a bad idea. You know what would happen? Yeah. All right, last call, last call. Last call again. Ooh, it's tied up. So we have 3 people saying return to the road, 3 people saying attempt to circle the glade. Very close, very close. Come on, Pittsburgh, for the love of Pete. Get a defensive stop, jeez. Again, I'm not watching a video. I'm just looking down at a score update. All right, so we need someone to break this tie. We have a $ vote space 1's approach to the statue. Looks like no one wants to do that. $ vote space 2 is return to the road. And $ vote space 3 is attempt to circle the glade just inside the green line. Or the tree line, rather. Yep. That's it, Echo. That's it. The thing is, if they get a stop and they somehow got a touchdown, they're only a touchdown behind. You know? No, I didn't close the tab. I just have my phone up on a separate thing, like, so I can actually look down and see there. All right, so I do need someone to break this tie, everybody. We got 3 votes for return to the road and 3 votes for attempt to circle the glade just inside the tree line. So what do you think? Do we go... So are we going to return to the road, which is this way? Or do we circle around the glade like this, just inside the tree line? No, I didn't close it. I just wasn't paying attention. All right. Going once, going twice. We are going to attempt to circle the glade. Drew feeling like the gambling paying off on this case. Right. I see it. I respect it. Okay. Attempt to circle the glade. Moving through the trees on the edge that surround the glade. Oh, God damn it, Pittsburgh. Wow. So they had Baltimore at it was 4th down and 1 to go. And if I read this correctly, Baltimore, I can't tell what just happened. I think Baltimore got the first down. Baltimore was on its own 40. And I know they figure like that ends the game, not ends the game, but that's a big blow. If they lose there, if they don't get the first down there, then they give it to the Steelers on their own 40. Can't quite tell what's going on there. We'll find out. Okay, so we're going to circle the glade. Moving through the trees that surround the glade, you find a group of smaller pines coated with more webs than anywhere else in the area. Oh, that's spectacular. No, that's spectacular. So Pittsburgh committed a 5-yard penalty, too many men on the field, which means that now it's automatically a first down for Baltimore. Well done, Steelers. Good job. Way to go. Sigh. Lying amongst the trunks of the trees, you see thick webs in various degrees of decay. Among those webs are the bones of many creatures. Scraps of leather and cloth vaguely outline several forms that are no more than husks and appear to have once been human-like in size. A large pack, encased in thinning webs, lies near the outstretched arm of one such husk. The pack looks to be in surprisingly good condition. So, hey, Dragonspear. So, here we go. Should we move among the husks and search thoroughly? Should we examine the statue? Or should we return to the road? Or should we yell at the Steelers for a dumb penalty? All right, let me just make sure that we're clear on that. Okay, I think that should be good. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so do we $ vote space 1, move among the husks, search thoroughly. $ vote space 2, examine the statue. $ vote space 3, return to the road. Why return to your band? What, you have something against returning to my band, Dragonspear? One should always return to the road. I like the names of these things, too. Last call, last call. We are in the Yellow Wood, that's true. I really like Jumpgate. I really think they did a good job with this update. And I've only just scratched the surface, but the reveal is much better. It's much snappier in terms of dice rolling and stuff like that. It's very, very cool. All right, the Steelers held. So the Steelers held, and now the Ravens have punted back to the Steelers. Steelers are down 2 touchdowns, but they did score 2 touchdowns last quarter. 8 minutes, 57 seconds left in the fourth. They got to move quick. They got to score. Then they got to hold Baltimore, and they got to go score again. Not great odds, but at least there's a chance. All right. All right. So we're going to move among the husks, which keeps reminding me of Mass Effect, and search thoroughly. Looking through the bones, webs, and gear, it is obvious that several adventurers have met their end here. The weapons and equipment are beyond repair and have rusted or rotted over time. Only the backpack seems in remarkably good repair. Inside, you find a week's worth of rations. Okay, like that. We'll do this 7 days to make it easier. Thank you for the 72 months, Mrs. Dunsel. And that means, folks, 6 years of support. My goodness. Good to see you, Mrs. Dunsel. This is a D&D with viewers thing where chat decides we're playing Legacy of the Green Flame, and we just found us some treasure. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. I hope you and Commander Dunsel are well, and super, super cool. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Time does fly. It's amazing. Okay, stop shutting off, damn it. Okay. Right, so 7 days of rations. A water skin, which I think we probably have anyway, but... Thank you, Triffany Mats. Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support, Triffin. Water skin. Let's see. 2 torches. That should be 2 words. 2 torches. Oh, I just found where the gold was. I was looking at it several times. I'm like, what am I looking at? Now I understand. Okay. So, I need to change that on the other page. So, we can get rid of that. And we can adjust that. So, that should be 27 gold now. So 27 gold. There we go. Stone herd bread. Okay. Right. Okay. We've got that. And 2 torches. All the contents are perfectly usable and fresh. The pack is a magical device. It is called a Pack of Preservation. This is a new magic item, apparently. So let's see what it says about that. Pack of Preservation. This magical leather backpack can hold up to 2,000 gold pieces of weight without adding to the burden felt when carrying it. This effect is identical to a bag of holding. Additionally, any items within the backpack never age or rot. Food, drink, etc. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Pack of Preservation. Get rid of that stupid Dungeoneers pack. We got better than that. Hell yeah. That's really cool because that means let me not do that. So basically that is the we don't have to worry about how we're carrying all of this anymore thing. That's basically what that tells me. That's we don't have to worry about this anymore, like in terms of how we're carrying stuff. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't going well at first, but this was really helpful. We also find 17 gold pieces. Okay. You know what we really should do is we should really get us like a healing potion if we can afford it when we get to the end. So, 44. Okay, so 44 gold pieces now. $44 gold pieces and 42 silver pieces. All right, chat. See? You all made the right call. That's some good treasure. Yeah, and Pittsburgh, that is going to do it for them because they stalled out on 4th down. So that's going to be the ball game. Man, that would have been nice. Sounds cool. I appreciate it. Thanks, Echo. Sleep well. All righty, everybody. Good stuff. Okay, so now all we have to do is decide. All we have to do is decide what should we do, what we should do with the time given to us. All right, so now, chat, very simple dual binary choice. Do we examine... Sorry for what? What am I sorry? Oh, I see. For the Steelers. No, it's okay. I appreciate it. Thanks, Prince Justin. You know, I didn't think they were going to win. I just was like, well, you know, maybe if they get the, but you know, they just couldn't stop them. Ravens are really good. Someone has to stop them, and it ain't gonna be the Steelers, but I appreciate that. Yeah, I can't become a Lions fan until the Steelers officially lose. And then, of course, I would only be a Lions fan until the Steelers somehow re-enter the picture, which they won't. So, at least for the rest of this postseason, I will definitely be rooting for the Lions if the Steelers lose this game, yes. That only counts for this year, by the way, Emily. I have been a Steelers fan for a very long time. Okay, sounds good. Sleep well, Echo. All right, so chat, $vote space 1 means we examine the statue. $vote space 2 means we return to the road. So $vote space 1, examine the statue. $vote space 2, return to the road. I would point out, by the way, we do only have 3 hit points still. Okay? Just keep that in mind. We are not exactly firing on all cylinders here. Yes, Dragon, I'm aware. Should we talk about how good the Dragon, should we talk about how the season has gone for Man U? Would you like to speak about the Manchester United season? I could root for the Celtics. Well, obviously. Wait, why do you say maybe not? Did they lose again today? Well, they lost yesterday. I mean, you know. Oh, yesterday, yeah. Oh, the Steelers will lose the game. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Fair enough. Yes. They will. Yes, I think that's fair to say, Dragon. I will give you some. I will give you some credit on that one. Yes, for sure. Yeah, they have been. But you know, again, Drew, my feeling on this is they're like what are they, like 27-10 or something, right? Like they're 17 games over 500. They are second right now in the East. It's very hard, I imagine. They've had a couple of little injuries here and there. It's very, I don't believe that Cleveland is going to keep this up. It's very hard for me to believe that the Celtics are really like super invested right now. Obviously they want to repeat, but I don't get the impression that they're like, if we don't blow everyone away, it's hard for me to get too invested in that. I think you've got the 3 best teams in the league, obviously, are Cleveland, Oklahoma City, and the Celtics. And I think in the end, the Celtics, the real championship battle, it's going to be hard to get through either the Thunder or the Cavs, but I think they can do it. it's hard for me to really be invested in that right now, you know? So. Oh, it's like the Ravens devastating them? To start hitting at innocent fans. I wouldn't say bitter, but yes. It's too bad. It's losing to the Ravens too. It's like I knew that it was likely to happen, but it was just frustrating. I was like, eh. Okay. So it looks like so again, chat, I'm going to do last call on this. We have 2 votes to examine the statue and 1 vote for returning to the road. I do want to remind everybody that we are sitting at 3 hit points. Okay? 3 hit points, and we've already used up our hit die for a short rest. So the only other option we got now is a long rest in this cursed clearing or something, or getting on to civilization. So just be aware of that we're not, we're not in great sort of fettle at the moment. Oh, because the Ravens are in our division. That's why. It's a division rival. It would be the equivalent is like Man U losing to Man City. You know what I mean? Over and over again or something. Like it's just you don't want to lose to that particular team. Now that the Patriots are terrible, I always used to be like, as long as the Patriots lose, like first I want the Steelers to do well, second have the Patriots lose, third have the Ravens lose. Patriots already lost, and so now it's just about the Ravens and not doing well. And if they don't do well comparison to the Steelers, even better. Yeah, that's why. Okay, so going once, going twice. Okay. All right, so we're going to examine the statue. Moving closer to the statue, it is now easy to see it has been defaced and damaged. 6 tentacle-like arms that once protruded from the figure lie on the ground, partially buried and broken. The heads are scratched, and 1 long ear is missing completely. Large chips have been beaten off the statue in many places, yet it is still an imposing visage. It stands nearly 12 feet tall. A coating of webs covers some of the head and neck, but 5 rubies are inset on the figure's 3 heads with 1 missing. Okay, now wait a second though, chat. We just got a ruby, remember? From the pouch that the goblin was holding. And you remember that the goblin was being chased by an enormous spider? If I put 2 and 2 together, a coating of webs. Yeah, what could go wrong? Hi, Rogan. What's up? A coating of webs covers some of the head and neck, but 5 rubies are inset on the figure's 3 heads with 1 missing. So your choices are, we can either climb the figure and remove the remaining 5 rubies, or leave the or return to the road. So $ vote space 1 is climb the figure and remove the remaining 5 rubies. What's up, Commander Dunsel? 3 hit points. Exactly, Commander Dunsel. Exactly. Also high. Climb the figure, remove the remaining 5 rubies, or return to the road. I don't know. I'm just putting 2 and 2 together. I mean, we have 3 hit points, folks. We have 3 hit points. 3 hit points. 3 hit points. Yeah, but if we die in the glory of battle, we have to do an entirely new character again. I don't know. That's a good question. It doesn't say that we could replace the missing ruby. That's interesting. I guess we could try. Sigh. Oh, man. Excuse me. All right. Going once. Going twice. 2 was the run. Yeah, 2 is the runaway option. 2 is the go back to the road option. Which is what you wanted, right, Drew? Yeah, 2 is get the hell away from the cursed statue. Which is, you know. All right, so again, $ vote space 1 is pry the rubies out of the statue. $ vote space 2 is get the hell out. GTFO. Hello, Ganesh. My other cat, Sherbert, already up there. Oh, you could do a $ change vote space and then 2 if you wanted to do that. You can change your vote if you want, Prince Justin. It's $ change vote space and then 2. Same thing with you, Rogan. If you want to do that. And also, I'm not trying to browbeat anyone into doing anything. I'm just sitting here going, this feels like Bad News Bears right here. Oh, wow, look at that. All right, spiderweb is on the statue's head. That is true. Going once. Going twice. All right. So we're going to leave. Now, I'm curious because I want to see what would have happened. It says if we had pried the gemstones out of the eye sockets, each ruby's worth 25 gold. It says, climbing down off the statue, you know, this is if we had done this. We didn't. I'm not normally going to do this, but I was just curious. Climbing down off the statue, you notice movement just beyond the tree line. Suddenly, a swarm of small spiders breaks into the glade and moves directly toward you. There are 10 of them, and they move incredibly fast. So if we had pried the rubies out of the statue, we would have had to face 10 small spiders. I'm glad we did not do that. I'd like Umberlo to survive the prequel if we possibly can. But they were small. Yes, that's true. They were small. Oh, man. All right. You return to the road. Okay, so let's see. Which means... Right, so we do that, and then we go up this way. And then we continue down the road towards the east, because that's the options that are available. Okay. So we go back up here. Let's zoom out. We go back up here. And this time we proceed along the road. Text, measure. There's my reveal. Okay. What's going on, yowling cats? Here we go. Oh, interesting. All right, that was cool, but let's try something different. How's this? Okay. You would have crushed those spiders? Yeah, that would have been a problem. Anytime you see statues, just bad news. Okay. So here we go. A stone bridge, so we head east to area 2 as you see here. A stone bridge spans a 15-foot wide stream and provides ample room to cross and continue east. A large stone plaque indicates the far side of the stream is the entrance to the Drakenwood. Moving forward, you stand on the bridge and look over the side. Whether it's a trick of the sun or fate, you see a single ray of light break through the pine canopy. Its light beams directly into the stream and reflects off something silvery in the sandy bed of the stream. As you strain to see, the ray of light shifts and you no longer see the object, but you are confident you could wade into the knee-high water and find it. So, do we move down the stream bank, move down to the stream bank, and enter the water? Do we return? Let me see. Do we return to the path intersection? Or do we continue down the road to the east and enter the Drakenwood on the way to the Green Grizzly Inn? All right, what do we think, chat? Do we $vote space 1 move down to the stream bank and enter the water? Presumably looking for that silvery whatever that was. 2, $vote space 2, return to the path, so go back west, basically. Or $vote space 3, do we go over the bridge to the east and keep going basically in the direction that we were supposed to go to the Drakenwood and then the Green Grizzly Inn? What say you? All right, let's see what the final score was. Final score, Steelers crushed, Ravens not crushed. Yep, that's ball game. Well, they just weren't good enough. That became clear as as things went on. Yep. Yeah, thanks, Dre. That was a real tough call. You made that call with 4 minutes left in the game with them down 2 touchdowns and the Ravens with the ball. Brave prediction, sir. It's all right. So now the goal is Lions should need to win the Super Bowl. Most importantly, though, the Celtics need to win the championship, and before that, the Huskies need to three-peat. So we're looking Huskies three-peat, right? That'll be in March. Then the Celtics in late May, June, whenever the championship is, they need to win and repeat. And then the Red Sox need to win the World Series in October. And then the Steelers need to go on a huge run and win the win the Super Bowl next year. That's how this all goes. The Green Grizzly sounds more interesting. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. All right. Continue down the road to the east it is. All right. Area 5. Ooh, this is jumping forward, I think. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Well, this is what happens. This is a prequel, but this is what happens with Area 5. I'll show you. Get ready for this, chat. There's a whole lot going on. Oops. Hold on. Hide. It says... Area 5 says the following. Hey, what's up, Sean Black? I'll explain that in just a moment. Area 5. You continue down the road to the Drakenwood and the Inn of the Green Grizzly. Continue the adventure with Grave of the Green Flame. Okay. So it's just like head east. We're like, yep, we're heading east. That's what we're doing. We're heading east. That's what we're doing. Let's get the hell out of here. And I have to say, I will explain that in just a minute, Sean. Also, hi. Let me just drop that for a moment so I can make one adjustment. Again, QA could have been a little better on this because the big honkin' title on the second chapter says Grave of the Green Fame. QA, guys. QA. Just a little bit. Yeah. I mean, typos happen, but, you know. Oh, that's why. Okay, here we go. So we're in a new map. Yes, we are, and we are in a new chapter. That was just a prequel chapter, so that was short. This is our first kind of real, legit adventure. And let me double check on the milestones, actually. Let me see how that works. Let me see if there's any effect on that. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, Grave of the Green Flame. You can return to the Green Grizzly Inn, sell by from a merchant that is staying at the inn. Okay, great. That, I think, is important. You will, okay, so if they survive the first module, they automatically gain second level before beginning Beyond the Black Wall. Okay, great, great, great. All right, cool. Excellent. All right. So here we are. We are in a new map, chat. Legacy of the Green Flame. And this is called... And I will adjust the adventure title text accordingly. And then I'll explain to Sean Black. I promise. I haven't forgotten, Sean. Grave of the Green Flame. Okay, now, I'm sure several of you who have not seen this before are wondering, what the hell are we doing? Well, I am here to explain. So, many of you will know that we do a lot of, on this channel, Fighting Fantasy Gamebook playthroughs, right? Where once a month, I, joined usually by my dear friend Tari Toons, who is a professional artist and a cartoonist. She will illustrate as we read through the books, and they're the original kind of series. And we've gone all the way from book 1 up to like book 30 or whatever we are right now. Wait, what? What hell are we? Yeah, there you go, MST, exactly. And it's the literal like books, the actual game books, and using the power of Arvbot Plus, you see the poll version of that at the top right of the screen that is brought to us. Originally was built on a system made by a guy named Netawin, who's a longtime viewer. I think about Netawin quite a bit. I hope he's doing okay these days. There was that, and then we had the person Effect Life, who basically rebuilt and advanced and enhanced it substantially. And so Arvbot Plus is what you're looking at right now, and we use that system to be able to vote for different choices during that system. So this particular thing that we're playing right now is a game by a company called Pacesetter Games. Their first version of a game like this was called Into the Unknown, which is basically like a solo D&D module, which I think worked very well for chat, playing a D&D with viewers type system. Well, I backed their Kickstarter. We did that a couple years ago. I backed their Kickstarter called Legacy of the Green Flame, and you can see here is the physical book of it. Nice hefty book and all that, in which they have developed a solo system that will allow people to basically play solo, or in our case, play collectively as a community. And so I am using Roll20, on which I have loaded up the maps that we get in this game book, in this system. And then we are basically playing through it. I roll the dice for the monsters, which is typically what I do when I am doing regular Dungeons & Dragons, so that's not very much different. You folks, someone that is chosen by chat, rolls the dice in chat for that, so that's how that works. And then we just make progress that way. We just got here with 3 hit points and all that, so we're going to have to be careful a little bit with how we manage things. But if we use some care, we should be able to make it through, he said, hopefully, as we go through the next system. So we just got through the prequel, which was also called Bridge to Adventure. And now we are playing Grave of the Green Flame, and we'll be doing this for another probably 90 minutes-ish or so. So that is the idea. We do this once every other month, so we won't be doing this again until March, which is good because February is going to be super busy. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. And if you folks are new to the stream and like what you see in here, please follow the channel. If you are watching over on YouTube, welcome. If you have not done so, subscribe to me on YouTube because we're trying to get that up to 1,100 subscribers. It's free to subscribe there, but it really does help us out, and you can get access to content over there. So please do that if you can. Sure, my pleasure. And here we go. Slowly, a dark fog clears from your brain and your eyes focus. You are in a large room, and a roaring fire burns in a fireplace. You sit up on the couch and quickly realize you are in a tavern. A long bar sits opposite the fireplace, and there are several tables scattered around the room. It must be late, as no patrons share the room with you. The light of the full moon shines through the windows, confirming your suspicions. Reaching for your belt, you notice it is gone. Your gold, your weapons, your clothes, everything is missing. The fog in your brain is gone now, but you can't seem to recall how you came to this place. The last thing you can remember is that you were traveling to the borderlands in search of adventure. The road was long and night had come upon you. A light in the distance gave you hope. The merchants you passed earlier in the day had mentioned a tavern lay ahead, and you should arrive shortly after nightfall. Their definition of shortly after nightfall is certainly not the same as yours, but regardless, it was not far off. Then there was a man asking for directions. "Oh there," sounds a gravel-filled voice. A thin old man sits in the chair across from you. He passes you a mug filled with steaming tea. "That's a nasty little lump you got there. My man Fleck found you on the road a short way back. Naked as the day you were born, I should say. Fleck was coming back from the monthly supply run when he startled your attackers. They heard him approach and ran off to the south and into Greenwood. There were 3 of them. Fleck couldn't see much more, but didn't need light to see what they were doing. Now, I have to figure that you normally don't go traipsing about the world like that, so that means bandits. And that, my friend, is something that I just can't abide. There was a time when traveling the road was not so safe. Bandits of all kinds use the forest as a hideout, but the army cleared them out 5 years ago. I built this tavern here after that because I was sick of the city and the road was safe. If the bandits have returned, word will get out and my business will be ruined. As I see it, we have a common interest that needs solving. You have the look about you of an adventurer. I've met your kind before, and I know your type well enough. I'm sure they've stolen more than one thing that's dear to you, and they're trying to steal my dream. I can equip you. More than one of your kind is left here drunk and in a stupor, leaving certain items here and there. I keep them in that trunk over there." He points to a large wooden chest near the window opposite the entry door. "I can't tell you if any of it's of particular use or value. Even though it was left here, it doesn't belong to me. I choose to leave it alone in case the owner decides to come back and make a claim. You won't catch me on the wrong side of your type, no offense. But most of it has remained in the chest for years. Go ahead and take what you need. Dire times call for dire choices. My name is Kell, by the way. Go back down the road to the east and look for a large rock on the south side of the road. There'll be a spot of blood on it where your head paid a visit. If you need to come here and rest, I'll keep a room set aside. And when the bandits are dead, I think I may have a small reward as well. Now, good luck to you. Oh wait, there is one more thing." He pulls a silver brooch from his pocket. A small ruby in the shape of a heart is at its center. "Take this and wear it. It belonged to my sister, Helena, rest her soul. She was an adventurer like you. She claimed this would protect me from harm, but I've never had the misfortune to need it." And it says that you have acquired a heart silver. See Appendix 2, new magic items. All right, so the following list... Wait, hold on a second. Let's see. So you're about to start the adventure. Includes all the items found in the chest. Now, the thing about this... I mean, I'm going to tell you what I think we should do, chat. This is what I'm inclined to do since this is the beginning of the new area. Oh. I'm just reading about... No, I'm not going to do that. So, okay. What it says is when we go back to the section where we find things, there is a place early on where you could gather most of your mundane items and equipment. But it says at this time, you can re-equip your character with items from your character's original inventory, with the exception of the following: weapons, armor, magic items, and treasure. What? Like, why did we just do the prequel if it's going to be like a page later? They're like, nope, you lose everything. So I'm going to give that a veto. No. Not good design. If the prequel is leading into this adventure, that means we get to keep our stuff. So what I'm going to say instead is I'm going to say that in the chest is our stuff. And we're going from here. I understand why we do that if we're starting directly fresh completely, but we went through the prequel, and that means we get to keep that stuff. That's simple as that. So we're going to keep our stuff. Damn it. So that means that we are going to have our stuff with us, and we're going to be at 7 hit points because we obviously had a rest already. So 7 hit points. And otherwise, we are going to get rolling because yeah. So, all right, I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to start a vote. Then I'm going to go down and tuck my daughter in goodnight and say goodnight, and then head back up, and then we will play, as I say, for about another hour and 15 minutes-ish, something like that. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, Rogan. I'm like, I don't, it's silly. Like, what the hell is that? So no, we're not doing that. Okay, so Area 1, read the section description paragraph. If you want to return to the inn, you may do so at any time. We'll remember that because we definitely, actually, which reminds me, actually. Let's see, blah, 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 has normal provisions. Price for everything is 150% the cost in the appropriate rule book. So the deal is normal provisions. So they don't have healing potions. That's what I was checking. Yeah, that's fair, Drew. It's just like a real bummer, and I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. So healing potions looks like this guy does not have, which is fine. I wouldn't necessarily have expected that. But we can remember that if we need to go back to the inn at any time, presumably not during combat, but otherwise, we may want to do that. It says that when moving through the adventure, you must roll for wandering monsters at each area you've previously visited. You're not required to roll for wandering monsters on the road to the Green Grizzly, and we may return to any previously visited location in the same manner. Simply roll for wandering monsters at each section along the path to your desired destination. So we don't need to roll when we first get to a place, but if we go back to this place, then that means that when we get back to this place that we need to actually, then we need to roll for wandering monsters to get back there. So let me just check to see where the Great Grizzly Inn actually is. Okay, it looks like that would be from up top, if I'm correct. Okay, so I think I can reveal the top of the map then. Oh, the cats are battling. You two battling? You guys go to war? What are you doing? This is a very meaningful battle, chat. They're totally into it. You can see. Look how fierce Ganesh is as he attacks with his rear paw. Look how Sherbert is battling back. What kind of a battle is this, Ganesh? Exactly. It's an epic conflict. For those of you who don't know cats, in case you're curious about what the difference is between this and a regular fight, a regular cat fight is terrifying to watch. In a fight like this, which is a play fight, the cats, and literally this happens, they take turns. They lie on their backs with their bellies exposed like this. They are having fun with each other. And these two love each other. They have been with each other since literally one of them was 2 weeks old, so. You guys are kind of boring, though. You gonna step this up? This is worse than the Texans game. Come on. Oh. Here we go. Aha! Fierce. Sherbert fiercely attacks. Mouth open. They battle. Aha! Sherbert battles back. Then he starts grooming Ganesh because he's confused. Ganesh is like, what are you doing? Sherbert waits. And Sherbert's like, the hell with this. And then Sherbert goes up to the cat tree. Wow, what a deeply impressive fight that was. Boy, you could feel the tension. You could cut the tension with a knife, I'll tell you. So funny. Good times. All right. That's really great. They're like, oh yeah, the war. Definitely. All right. So what was I doing? Oh, yes. Sorry, the Wandering Monsters. So here we go. I'm going to put down something for you folks to vote on, then I'm going to go downstairs and tuck my daughter in. So moving down the road, you arrive at the spot of last night's ambush. A narrow path leads south from the road into the woods. The path, more a game trail than a proper path, is overgrown but not difficult to follow. The trees in the forest are large, and the undergrowth is limited due to the all-encompassing canopy of trees. Following the thin forest trail, you quickly arrive at a small clearing. The area is no more than 50 feet wide at any point, and it's covered with a layer of knee-high grass. The grass near the center of the clearing has been trampled. You quickly notice some of your possessions are lying about the trampled area. There are 4 paths leading away from the clearing, including the one that leads back to the road and the inn. Now, the trampled area thing is what I read to you before about the mundane items and equipment. We already skipped past that, so we're going to forget about that idea. So basically, we have a total of 4 choices that you folks can make. And I'm going to put in these choices, and then you guys, you folks, not you guys, can vote on this whilst I go down and tuck my daughter in. So, do you wish to follow the path? Should we follow the path to the east? Should we follow the path to the south? Should we follow the path to the west? Or attempt to track the most recent visitors to the clearing? I'm going to open that up for you, chat. Go ahead and talk amongst yourselves. $ vote space 1 for go east. $ vote space 2 for south. $ vote space 3 for west. $ vote space 4 if you want to attempt to track the most recent visitors to the clearing. And I will be back in a minute. Okay. All right. Thanks for your patience, chat. Okay. Wow, it looks like we have an overwhelming decision on chat's part. So, yes, apologies. Apologies. Wild Arv, but I am back. Excuse me. So, it looks like we want to attempt to track the most recent visitors. I will last call this quickly. And then we're going to do this. I wonder what the discussion was. Go west, Iron Chaos. Not an option. Vote this. Dunsel was like, Commander Dunsel, you look like you were like playing with it. You're like, all right, Arbot. I got this going on. All right, so you have decided to track or attempt to track the most recent visitors to the clearing. Okay, so what we need is to make a survival check. And if you take a look at survival, you will see that we have a +2. So what I would need is, chat, one of you lovely folks, would one of you be interested in taking over? Echo was doing dice rolling. Who would like to take over for Echo on the dice rolling front? I don't want everybody to roll at once. I want to have somebody decide who's going to roll. So does anyone wish to volunteer to roll on behalf of chat? Yeah, exactly. Don't everyone jump at once here. Well, I just got back, so. Who would like to vote? Who would like to make the vote? Who would like to, I should say, who would like to roll is what I meant to say. What do you think, MST? Can I count on you? I'll say, so Rogan, I'll say, okay, MST, I think it looks like it's going to be MST, Rogan. If MST needs to switch off, we'll have you be next. So the way it works is $roll space D20 +2, because we have a +2 to our survival skill. So $roll space D20 +2. Oh, check this out. We got a 40-person raid coming in. What's going on? Welcome, everybody. I think it's plus and then space 2. Thank you so much for the raid, Wikipedia. Welcome, everybody. I think it's $roll D20, and then D20 plus 2 is probably all together, MST, so it's $roll, and D should be a lowercase d. So lowercase d 20 plus 2 all together, all no spaces. Thank you so much, Wikipedia, and welcome everybody to the game where D&D with viewers, where we're actually playing with all of you. Welcome everyone. My name is Arvin Eleron. I am the humble host of this channel, and we do a lot of different stuff here. That's perfect. Look at that freaking crit hit, MST. Nice. Well done. I'll come back to that in a minute. We are playing Legacy of the Green Flame. I am an author and a college professor. I write fantasy and speculative fiction. I have what I think is one of the best communities on Twitch, and we do a lot of tabletop play here. And I am doing this game, which is Legacy of the Green Flame from a company called Pace-Setter Games. And you can play along with us, actually, if you would like to do so. So please stick around, and if you like what you see in here and you're like, this seems like a pretty good group, and I kind of like this Arv fellow, and I'd like to see more of what he does, then may I recommend you follow the channel and do all that good stuff. Can we get a shout out from a mod, please? !SO space and then Wikipedia. What were you playing, Wikipedia, just now? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. What were you playing? Thank you, Drew. I like that name. I'm a fan of that name. But yes, hi, Raiders. So we just crit succeeded on our success. Oh, and I guess crit succeeded on our survival check, rather. So you're playing the Cabin Factory Scarily Observation Duty game. Reminds me a little bit of Firewatch, actually, which I really liked. Except the ending was awful, but I liked everything but the ending. So that's cool, though. That's cool. Well, thank you, Wikipedia. I appreciate it. Yeah, here we are, Raiders, and join us. Right? Firewatch was great literally until the end when they're like, nope, agency doesn't matter. Forget whatever you wanted to do. And it's like, the frick? Yeah, so that may be the most disappointed I've ever been in an ending, because it was so good leading up to it, and it's like, nope. Cop out. But anyway, thank you so much, and Raiders, welcome. And yeah, so Legacy of the Green Flame, we just finished the prequel, and we are now playing what is called Grave of the Green Flame. We woke up in an inn called the Green Grizzly Inn. We were knocked out by somebody who supposedly took all our stuff, but we have recovered all of our stuff. We've gone back to the clearing where we were originally attacked, and we're now just made a crit hit thanks to MST. We just critically succeeded on our survival check to actually track them down, and so now we're going to see where that actually is. So stick around. You folks get to vote as part of this with everybody else. So we were successful. The area is severely trampled, but you pick out 3 distinct footprints. They look to be those of a human or possibly another bipedal creature that wears boots. The tracks lead off toward the west. So now that we've done that, that means we have these following choices, and you're going to get a chance to vote right now. So we tracked the visitors, and there are footprints leading to the west. The west with footprints. And so here we go. Should we follow the path to the east? You can see the clearing right there. Should we follow the path to the south? Or should we follow the path to the west with footprints? If you want to vote to go east, $vote space 1 will get you to the east. If you want to go south, $vote space 2 will get you to the south. And if you'd like us to go west, $vote space 3 will send you to the west. You will go into the west and diminish. I know, right? Seriously. And also, I'm going to switch this music. I like it, but it's a little too chill. I want something a little more movement. Actually, do we have a forest one? We should have a forest one, don't we? Give me, all right, tabletop audio. What do you got in the way of forest? Ooh, blighted forest? Forgotten forest. That sounds right. Let's go with that. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, and the object of the quest is basically kill the bandits, because the guy who owns the Green Grizzly Inn, Kel, thinks the bandits are bad for business, and we also want to find out why the hell they're attacking innocent villagers. Although I'm sure it's going to go further than that. So yes, so if you want, now is your chance to get in a vote chat, so you can do that vote. $vote space 1 votes for follow the path to the east. If you type in $vote space 2, that will be follow the path to the south. And if you go $vote space 3, you will follow the path to the west, where we have just found footprints. Yes, Commander Dunsel, I'm assuming that we are basically up with full, because we had a long rest when we were knocked out, basically. So yeah, get your votes in now, chat. Let us get in those votes. Oh, surely we have more people interested in actually having choices made. Go to the west. There we go. Yeah, in the middle of that nat 20, though, MST. Following the path to the west. All right, we're going to last call this. So now is your last call. Last call, last call. Exactly right. Exactly what Drew just said. Anybody can vote. You don't have to be a follower, but following is definitely encouraged. But you do not have to vote. You do not have to be a follower to vote. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. Vote approved. All right, so you are going to the west. So we are going to head ourselves out to the west. Here we are to the west. Okay. Following the path is not difficult in this section of the wood. The trees are large and very little undergrowth is present. The path, once well traveled, is worn clearly into the forest floor. Just ahead, the path splits and you will have to make a decision. Let's see. So we will have 3 choices again. And the choices are... Again, we're following the path to the west. Follow the path to the south. Or attempt to track the most recent visitors. Now remember that we were following tracks when we came here. So keep that in mind. We were following tracks entering this area. So given that is the case, do we wish to try to continue to track them here, which would be $vote space 3, or do we just keep following the path to the west, $vote space 1, or follow the path to the south, $vote space 2? I'm not going to have us go back east yet because we just came from there. So I love that. I love that name, Tasteless Fish. I had some salmon tonight, which was not tasteless. It was delicious. Exactly, Dunsely. All right. So far, chat seems to want to do this tracking. See if MST can follow up the crit hit with another one. We got a freaking Aragorn style tracker in our midst. $vote space 1 to go west, $vote space 2 to go south, $vote space 3 to track the most recent visitors to the area. We tracked to find the path to the west in the first place. So No, don't roll yet. Don't roll yet. Don't roll yet. It's a good thing that doesn't count, MST. It's a good thing that doesn't count. Fortunate for you, MST. No, it's all right. We haven't approved it yet. The chat has not decided whether they want to now. It's all right. You were just getting that out of your system, right? Gaming the system. I mean, I'm just, you know, I'm just just balls and strikes, just balls and strikes. Yeah, that's why you didn't track properly this time, is because you got jumpy. Push you around. They're proactive. That's what it is, yeah. They're like, you were like, here's how I would do it if I sucked at tracking. You're like, I would do it this way. I would like take some dirt and I'd like throw it in my eye and be like, ah, I can't see. Like, that's what I would do if I were incompetent. But, you know, as a professional, as a true professional, MST's not going to do that, right? All right, last call, last call. All the others seem to be doing it, exactly. Going once. Going twice. All right. So we're going to track. All right. So now, MST, you can do what you did. Let's make sure we have a better result here. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? A 7, huh? A 7, unfortunately, is not going to do it. So that means that we're blind. It means we don't, or sort of tracking blind anyway. So we do not know now which way they went. So it's sort of an even call, chat. Do we wish to go west or south? We don't know because we didn't get the survival check this time. So $ vote space 1 means we go to the west. $ vote space 2 means we go to the south. We have no idea which way the guys came that came into the strict clearing. We don't know. 7 is better than 3. That's true. Offer Cluff my lemmings? Everything all right there, Commander Dutzel? You're all right? You hanging in there okay? On this Saturday Eve? Just making sure. Just making sure. I'm going to last call this again. Mama, just typoed again. Put my fingers against the screen. Tap the enter, now it's seen. And mama, the post had just begun. But now it's gone to spread all the way. Mama, who didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back online this time tomorrow, carry on, as if social media really matters. Goddamn, man, Freddie Mercury is not in my vocal range. I could have been like, Mama, typoed again. This really doesn't sound that great. It's too low, and I hate. All right, looks like we are going to follow the path to the south. All right, so let me go back to my handy-dandy reveal thing. That's weird. This is really odd. It's not, the map isn't right. I'm telling you, the Into the Unknown quality checks were much better. I have not been impressed with the quality checks here. Because it says to go to Area 12, so I will do it. Because Area 7 doesn't make any sense even in terms of the description. But if I'm reading this correctly, this ought to be 12, not 7, based on what they're saying. So that's very odd. But alright, anyway, we will, it is what it is. Yeah, Freddy isn't anyone's vocal range. Yeah, that's amen to that. Okay. So, here we are. Let me see, actually. Let me make sure that that's right based on the map here. That's right. Yeah, it's like they just forgot, like, this area in the middle. That's strange. Anyway, okay, but this is correct. Following the path is not difficult in this section of the wood. The trees are large and very little undergrowth is present. The path, once well traveled, is worn clearly into the forest floor. Just ahead, the path splits, and you will have to make a decision. Now, we could go back north. Very odd. Okay. So we could go west, south. East. Could go back to the north. The north is where we came from. Or, and you've heard me say this before, do we try to track the most recent visitors? So $vote space 1 means we go west, which would be over here. $vote space 2 means we go east, which is over here. $vote space 3 means south, which is over here. $vote space 4 means north, which means we go back to Area 7, which we somehow skipped from 3, but whatever. And $vote space 5 means we try to track the visitors first. So. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I beg your pardon. 1 is west. $vote space 1 is west. Sorry. $vote space 2 is south. Apologies. $vote space 3 is east. $vote space 4 is north. And then $vote space 5 is trying to track the visitors. My bad. So yes, get your votes in, chat. Vote now. Please vote now. $vote space 1 for west, 2 for south, 3 for east, 4 for north, or 5 for track the most recent visitors. It's really weird that they just skipped over 7. It's very odd. Hello? Maybe there's nothing in 7. It could be, but then I don't know why. Yeah, but then I don't know why they would even put 7 there. Something does not compute. Keep rolling. What? Rolling. Come on. I know you want to track most recent visitors here. Because if you don't care, if we don't care. All right, last call. Get your votes in now, chat. Now is the time. Now is the time. Now is the time. Going once. Going twice. All right. Time to track the most recent visitors. Okay, MST. So again, we're doing that survival check. The you know how to do it. The D20 plus 2. Let's see if we got lucky and we picked the right one. Yeah. Well, I mean, Limp Bizkit, Drew. But you repeat yourself. 8. Well, that's better than 7, but unfortunately, that's not going to help us figure out where they went. So, that's what happens when we start with a crit, right? Okay, so now we've just got the 4 choices, chat. $ vote space 1 means we're going to go to the west. $ vote space 2 means we're going to go to the south. $ vote space 3 means we're going to go to the east. $ vote space 4 means we would go back to the north, which is where we came from. But, again, we'd be going to Area 7 this time for some reason that I don't understand. But also, there is an Area 7, it looks like, and Area 7 doesn't even... Continue east. Yeah, this literally doesn't make any sense. I just took a look at the description for 7, and there's this bridge, and if you cross the bridge, I won't talk about what's there, but if you cross the bridge, it tells you can go either east or west. I mean, here's Area 7. Do you see any paths to the east or west? Like, it's like they put this in just a different area, and they meant to put 3 to 12. I have no idea. And backtracking means we roll for random encounters anyway. That's right. So, yeah. So basically, I don't know what the deal is with that, but let's avoid all of this. We came from the north, so we have 2 votes for south here, and we have 2 votes for east here. And that both of those are fine because we came from here. So either one of those is fine, or going west would be fine. South by southwest. Yeah, not quite how it works, I'm afraid. You're lost, Crit Twitch. So we are right here in 12, right? So the question is, we came from the north, from up here. So now that we're in Area 12, do we go south, which is $ vote space 1 along that path? Do we go... Sorry. Do we go $ vote space 1? Do we go west? That's $ vote space 1 here. Do we go south? That's $ vote space 2 here. Do we go to the east? $ vote space 3 here. Or back to the north? $ vote space 4. And we're basically, yeah, we tried to track these bandits that knocked us out, and we had a great initial roll, and since then we haven't been able to pick up their tracks. But we may be sort of stumbling along as far as we know. We don't know. But basically what Rogan is saying is more or less accurate. All right, let's, that was fine on the forest, but how about this? Okay. right, we're going to last call this. Going once. Going twice. Yeah, I guess that's true, Rogan. All right, so we have decided to go to the south. Here's hoping that that's going to make sense. Like, number-wise. Okay, looks like a house of some kind. We'll see if that does anything for us. We'll find out. Okay. All right. You hear the gurgling sounds of the stream not far up the path, but of more interest is the dilapidated cottage that comes into view. The structure is clearly very old and weather-worn. The roof is collapsed and the walls look very unsteady. So, we have a couple of choices here, chat. Should we investigate the area around the cottage? Should we enter the cottage? Should we head back to the north? Or should we attempt to track the most recent visitors? You know the drill on that, chat. So, $ vote space 1 means we investigate the area around the cottage. $ vote space 2 means we enter the cottage. $ vote space 3 means we head back to the north and we leave this place. $ vote space 4 means we attempt to track the most recent visitors. What say you? What should we do? If there hasn't been visitors, we don't need to investigate. Oh, you are rolling for wisdom, MST. Survival is a wisdom stat. Wisdom-based skill. So you are rolling for survival is based on wisdom. You're a super wise person, right? Is that fair to say? Yes, and we do indeed have 14 wisdom. So, our best skill is strength, charisma 15. I mean, these stats are decent. Intelligence is a little weak, but... All right, last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. All right. We are going to investigate the area around the cottage. Moving around the cottage and making sure to stay concealed in the forest, you can see that the stream runs directly behind the building. The cottage appears in total ruin, and no movement is evident inside its walls. But the cottage is no longer your focal point. On the south side of the stream, a heavy green fog forms a wall running east and west as far as you can see. The fog rises above the trees. The fog does not seem to move at all, and for some reason you know it has been there for ages. You notice birds avoid entering the fog as they flitter from tree to tree. So now, chat, will we cross the stream and enter the fog. Feeling very Ravenloft here. Enter the cottage and investigate. Or follow the path back to the north. Is the fog foggy? So do we cross the stream and enter the fog? That's $vote space 1. Do we enter the cottage and investigate? That's $vote space 2. Or do we head back to the north? $vote space 3. And we don't know how it's been there. It just says, it literally says, for some reason, you know the fog has been there for ages. So that's one of those, I guess, gut reactions, Rogan. I don't know. We got some people that want to investigate. Investigators. I do not blame you. I cannot argue that that is the wrong thing to do. All right, so we're going to last call this. Again, $vote space 1 if you want to cross the stream and enter the fog. $vote space 2 if you want to enter the cottage and investigate. $vote space 3 if you want to head back to the north. Going once. Going twice. All right. Enter the cottage and investigate it is. As you move some fallen planks aside to enter the cottage, you hear a sickening crack of wood, and the walls of the cottage come crashing down. All right. You have to make a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage. So, MST, our dexterity saving throw, which is, I think, +1, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yes, +1. So you need to do D20. You need to basically do a D20 +1 twice, and we need to take the lower result. Yep. The walls are falling down on this cottage. The walls are falling down. Okay, that's a 20. Let's hope that the second one is okay too. So you got to roll second one because we're at disadvantage. Let's see what we got. Oh, you got to wait? Yeah. Because of the, yeah. Yeah. No. Oh, wait. A 10. A 10 is enough because it's only a DC 10 dex saving throw. So we made it, and it's a good thing. If you succeed, you take 1 bludgeoning damage, but dive out of the cottage before it completely collapses. If we failed, we would have taken 1d6 +1. So I will happily take the 1 point of damage, thanks. That's fine. That could have been a lot worse. Basically, yeah, the cottage was that broken apart that, like, we started moving in there and it just immediately collapsed. So Tasteless Fish, the way that we've been doing it is we kind of nominated someone to do it. MST volunteered a little while ago. And then before that, we had Echo who volunteered. Typically people can talk amongst themselves if they want to have one, but we try to keep it to one person at a time. Otherwise it gets really confusing. So that's all, basically. But Okay, so that sucked. But we managed to avoid any massive damage. So now basically the choice is, do we cross the stream? Oh, I guess we did that already. Do we cross the stream and enter the fog, or do we head back to the north? So $ vote space 1. Oh, thank you, Tasteless. I'm going to figure out another name. I got to call you Fish. I feel like if I keep calling you Tasteless, I'm going to feel odd. All right, Tasteless. $ vote space 1 is cross the stream, enter the fog. $ vote space 2 means we head back to the north, which means we would go back to Area 12. And in Area 12, we could go east or west again if we wanted. That's right, Rogan, because I'm using a PDF editor, and there's no real way to get rid of that 7 because it was part of the original thing. I'm hoping as time goes on, I'll be able to do something that's a little bit easier to understand. I mean, what I could do, actually, you know what might be easier? Is I could go like that, and then I just do like that. No. No, undo. Delete. I seriously can't delete this? Really? Oh, okay. There we go. Okay, that's a little easier to read. Yeah, so we have current hit points, and now we're down to 6. That's a better way to read it. Actually, thank you for the feedback there, Rogan. Okay. All right, so currently... Oh, Coffee Taste is totally fine. All right, currently we have 1 vote each, chat, for cross the stream and enter the fog, and 1 vote for head back to the north. So we're going to need someone to break this tie. We're going to be playing here for another roughly 15 minutes or so. But I would like to get a couple more votes in before we do that tonight. So please get your votes in. Oh, also I forgot that we got something, which is we got a heart silver. Forgot about that. It's a new magic item. We got that from Kel, who was the one at the inn who saved us. And a heart silver is made of silver, always in set with 1 to 3 heart-shaped rubies. While you wear it, you gain an invisible aura that can absorb damage. Each day at dawn, you roll 1d6 for each ruby present in the necklace. The sum of those rolls is the number of hit points of non-poison damage from which the aura can protect you that day. Each time you take damage except poison, you can choose to reduce the damage you take by any number of hit points up to the number remaining in the heart silver aura that day. Ooh. So we may not even have had to take that, actually. That's interesting. So, let's see. That goes under treasure. We should put this under here so that we actually see it. Let's put the water skin here. All right, and we're going to put... Let's see how many points we have remaining. MST, while we're doing this, can you roll 1d6 for me, MST? Just a simple 1d6 roll. I just have to put it together. $ roll. No space between $ roll and... 4, okay. So we have 4 hit points. So assuming chat has no objection, I would say that this thing Oh, are you kidding me? All right. That's annoying. We're going to put that there for now because I don't want to deal with it. Okay. So what that means is that the heart silver absorbed one of those. Why can I not delete this now? I was able to delete this before, and all of a sudden it's not letting me... Oh, okay. Remove element. Okay. So we can do that. All right. Yay, okay, I know how to do it now. Great. Okay, good. So we didn't actually lose it. So there we go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, we might as well let it eat the damage over... I don't know why we wouldn't use that, so... All right, I see Dragon Spear has done his usual excellent work of tying up the vote. So I will tie it up. I will last call this, and we need someone to break the tie. We have two votes to cross the stream and enter the dangerous, ominous-looking green fog, or 2 votes to head back to the north. So $ vote space 1 to cross the stream and enter the fog. $ vote space 2 to head back to the north. Positive neutrality. Yeah. Okay. All right, going once. Going twice. All right. So we're going to cross the stream and enter the fog, or try to. As you approach the fog, your lungs begin to burn and your eyes sting and tear. A feeling of nausea seeps into your mind and your stomach begins to turn. All right, so... Again, chat, are we going to enter the fog that is giving us nausea, etc., $ vote space 1, or are we going to head back to the north and leave this place? $ vote space 1 for enter the fog, $ vote space 2 for head back to the north. There's a reason as to why the birds are not going in the fog. Exactly, Rogan. Exactly. Is what I'm saying. And also, please do not consciously attempt to kill off the character, okay? I understand if you're doing it for a reason, but please don't do it just to have fun killing characters. Let's do that. Just be aware, okay? Because you are presumably going to stick with this character for a while if all goes well. So I'm just letting you know. Subconsciously? Well... openly or otherwise. Subconsciously, I don't think you can be doing it subconsciously if you're deliberately, fog is hiding something. Okay. Could be. Last call. You need to figure out what's with this fog. That's fair. All right. So we are going to enter the fog. That is fair. Okay. It's called, by the way, Challenge the Fog is what this says. With a feeling of revulsion but determination, you step into the fog. Immediately your skin burns and noxious vapors seep into your nose. Disorientation clouds your brain and you cannot open your eyes to look forward. You know that if you were to take a breath, you would fall dead on the spot. The acidic and poisonous fog burns you for 1 acid damage. If you do not turn around immediately, you will surely die. So, and I'll take off that point in a second. So is it $ vote space 1 is leave the fog. $ vote space 2 is go forward into the fog, which is burning our skin. So the heart silver has taken another point, by the way. Forget about it. It's interesting, though, because this started by us trying to just find out what was going on with these bandits. And all of a sudden, we got this random-ass fog, which seems to me to be a much bigger problem than whatever was going on with the bandits. So that's something we'll have to think about down the line. Excuse me. What? Change vote? Really? Oh, you can do $ you can do $ change vote space 1 tasteless, and that will change your vote. So if you want to do $ change vote, all one word, space 1, it'll change you from 2 to 1. Okay, that's fine. Oh, man. All right, last call, last call. Going once. Going twice. All right. We have decided to leave the fog, which seems sensible. Wheeling about, you take a few short steps and trip over some undergrowth. You fall into the stream, and the cold water brings you back to reality. The nausea and disorientation quickly fade, and the burning stops. You know that if you had chosen to brave the fog, you would most likely be dead. Dead. Oops. All right. But we were not dead, though. All right. So that means the only option that we have left now is to actually head back to the north. So north it is. Exactly. Okay. Now, MST, since you're doing the dice rolling here, I'm going to need you to roll on our little wandering monster table. Give me a second, though, and so I can find it. Okay. Oh, actually, the first thing we need to do is actually we need to roll first. So to the north. We've already forgotten about it. So we need to roll 1d8, please. You're going to roll a 1d8. A 7, okay. So we do not find a wandering monster as we get back to number 12. Excellent. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so now that we're back in 12, again, the path isn't difficult in this section of the wood because the trees are large, little undergrowth is present. The path, once well-traveled, is worn clearly into the forest floor. Just ahead, the path splits, and you'll have to make a decision. So again, this time, we could follow the path to the west. This may end up being our last vote of the evening, possibly. We'll see. Follow the path to the west. We could follow the path. We're not going to go back to the south because we just came from there. So we could follow the path to the east. We could follow the path to the north, which is where we originally came from. Or we could attempt to track, because we didn't do that last time. We didn't do that successfully here, but we've come back now to this area. So it's in the name. It starts with no. So $ vote space 1 is follow the path to the west. $ vote space 2 is follow the path to the east. $ vote space 3 is follow the path to the north, which again is where we originally came from. Or we can attempt to track the most recent visitors. That's $ vote space 4. Okay. Going once, going once. It's true. Well, it doesn't say that we can't. I mean, I guess it's possible that we might not be able to, now that I think of it. I hadn't really considered that, Rogan. I mean, it doesn't say we can't, so I don't know. Maybe I'll keep that in mind next time. But in any case, go ahead and roll MSD and let's see what happens. And this is +2, by the way, so it's D20 +2 again. Okay, a 9. So unfortunately, that track doesn't work anyway. So that means we have a pretty simple choice, which is we can go to the west, which we have not been to yet. We can go to the east, which we have not been to yet, or go back north, which we came from originally. So $ vote space 1 is west. $ vote space 2 is east. $ vote space 3 is back to the north where we came from originally. I know, right? Well, they went originally from the beginning. They went west from 1. Once we got to 3, we lost their trail. So we don't know. It's possible that we did sort of almost by accident follow them into this area. That's possible, actually. It could very well be the case, but we don't know. So we're kind of flying blind here. Yeah, it's true. Go west, ageless us. All right, I'm going to last call this. Last call. All right. So it sounds like we're going to the west. Let's do it. Oh, make sure that I am... There we go. I was going to say, I know there's more there. Right. Okay. So, Area 13. Following the path, again, is not difficult in this section of the wood. Trees are large. Very little undergrowth is present. The path, once well-traveled, is worn clearly into the forest floor. Just ahead, the path splits. You'll be shocked to hear. And you'll have to make a decision. So, again, we could go... follow the path to the west. We could follow the path to the south, because again, we're in Area 13 now. The path to the east, I'm not going to put there because, well, I guess I can put that there. We just came from the east, so it doesn't seem like much sense to go back there, but whatever. Or we could follow the path to the north. Or, and stop me if you've heard this before, we could attempt to track the most recent visitors. $ vote space 1 to follow the path to the west. Follow $ vote space 2 to follow the path to the south. $ vote space 3 is the path to the east. That's where we just came from. $ vote space 4 is to follow the path to the north. Or $ vote space 5 attempts to track the most recent visitors. I did. Oh, it didn't. Hold on. What? Why is it doing that? The heck? Hang on. That was weird. Why is it not... Hello? Why is it not showing... Wait a second. I did reveal it, and it shows as revealed. What the frick is... What the hell is going on? It's literally showing it. Is there something covering it? No. That is so weird. It's not show it. I am extremely confused. It's literally showing it. If I did a window capture right now, in fact, I'm going to do another one just to see. You see that? That's the center area. So why on earth is it not doing the thing? That was really, really odd. So strange. Yeah, that's odd. I don't know what happened there. Because I was like, what do you mean it's there? And then I looked over and you're like, oh, I was like, oh, wait. No, it's actually not there. So strange. Anyway. Okay. Right. So. All right. So it looks like we're going to try to track the most recent visitors. I think this is a good call. So, well, no, because I know that I'm going to run out of room and I'll zoom out when I need to, but I know all of this area in the middle is not covered by other stuff. I was checking to make sure. So, okay. So I just checked that now, actually, but that wasn't doing the thing. All right, MST. So you know the drill. D20 plus 2, please. You got up to 10. Let's see if we can get it a little bit higher. Can you take me higher? No, 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 no. You peaked early, MST. Oh, man. It's like that crit, and then after that, it was just like, never again. So you have no goddamn idea where anything is here. That's really funny. All right. So, we got an open, available option, chat. Follow the path to the west, that's $vote space 1. Follow the path to the south, that's $vote space 2. Follow the path to the east, which is where we came from, $vote space 3. Or follow the path to the north is $vote space 4. It's really funny. Because it was like 8, 9, 10. We're like, we could get there. And then you're like 3. It's like... All right, we have 3 votes for going to the north. We have 2 votes for going to the south. Did you want to go south or west, Commander Dunsel? Were you just doing the west thing? Okay, I was going to say, yeah, I thought you might want to go to the west instead, because what you said. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to last call this. That's against the code, right? The code of adventurers. All right. So we are going to go to the north. And this will be the last area that we'll go to for tonight. Here we are. Here we are, masters of the universe. Okay. Right. Number 8. The trees thin ahead, and you can see a clearing. And as you approach, you can see a very strange thing. Let me show exactly what that strange thing is. 1 second. Okay. There's that. And then I do this, I do this, I do that. I save as. We go like this. Okay, and you see this chat, which I'm going to show you on the stream here. Okay, hang on a second. You see this. You see a very strange wingless bird devouring the carcass of a small deer. The bird is nearly 7 feet tall and has talons on its powerful legs and a very large bloodied beak. You can see a path on the opposite side of the clearing. A bad feeling, yes. So the question is, chat, last vote of the evening for sure. Should we attack the strange bird, follow the path to the south, which is where you just came from? We can't follow the path to the north until you deal with the bird. So I'm not going to give that as an option because it says only if you dealt with the bird. Or quietly skirt the clearing and find the other path, which I would assume is the one that is to the west that we see there. So, $ vote space 1, we attack the strange bird. $ vote space 2 is that we skirt the clearing and find the other path. What do you think? Do you mean, MST, that you think that there's going to be a roll? I mean, I'm sure that you could just make it across with no problem. What are you talking about? Why would there be any concern that the bird might hear you? I'm sure this bird is very friendly. This deer that it just destroyed was a dread villain. It was a villain deer. A villain deer, if you will. And, you know. All right, we're going to last call this. Last call. The bird loves strawberry jam. Yeah, no, that's exactly. And who doesn't love some good jam, you know? What monster would not appreciate jam? Know what I'm saying? Many still checking my day. Sneaking in a cave with a sleeping green dragon, elf magic user, a magic sword that detected evil and screamed kill. That's funny, MST. Damn it. All right. We're going to quietly skirt the clearing. Well, as MST predicted, you do need to make a stealth check. Now, we have I think it's +1 on stealth. Hold on. Don't roll yet. It is, yeah, +1. So we need D20 +1. That's funny, MST. You're just like, ah. So yes, D20 +1 to see if we make it across. So it is a DC 13. Nice roll. You follow the other path to Area 9, and the bird does not hear you. Well done. Very nice. All right, let's see what happens on the other side. Break on through to the other side. Just make sure that it's actually going to the right spot. Oh, okay, right. That's correct. I'm just gonna. We're just gonna describe it. We're gonna describe this, chat, but we're not gonna actually do this today. But pretty cool because, as you can see, it's a pretty good-sized area. The meandering path stops as it passes between two massive pine trees. A circle of giant pines enclose a small area dominated by a flat stone altar. The altar is supported by two short stone columns. There is a thick layer of pine needles covering the altar, and no writing or inscriptions are evident. And I will tell you that when we next play in a couple of months, what options are going to be available to us is we will be able to... You will be able to choose between clearing off the pine needles from the altar, going back to the east, or trying to attempt to track the most recent visitors. So is it a trap or is it a boon? How will we know? What will we discover? All this and more will be found next time on Legacy of the Green Flame. Good start, chat. And in fact, I should put down that we are in Area 9. Character backstory. Okay, we put in text. Save point. Save point is Area 9. That should stand out enough, I think. Okay. Great. Oh, thank you. And if you liked it, please do follow. This was fun. We're going to be doing this again in a couple of months. I like the ambition of this campaign. I am not happy, though, with the amount of mistakes. I mean, they ran a Kickstarter. They did all this, and I'm not going to keep bashing them for this because I had some contact with these guys probably about 6 to 8 months ago. But this is it's a little much in terms of the mistakes. Like, it's one thing to be doing this if you've got this in beta or it's in PDF or whatever only. But when you get to the point where you're dealing with a physical book, this map is off, at least in that one section is weird. And then the typos, and it's a little bit disappointing. But I really like a lot of the sort of exploration elements that we get. There's some mystery involved with the whole green fog thing. And obviously there's the whole call to adventure, go out and find some bandits. And then you get out there and you're like, well, wait, I mean, we still presumably need to find the bandits, but also we need to find out why the hell there's this weird green fog surrounding the area also. So that is all stuff that we're going to be able to check out next time, as we continue with Grave of the Green Flame. So that is going to be a good time. But that, chat, is going to do it for us for this evening. And so, if you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will consider following the channel. I hope you will check out the YouTube as well, which is !ArfTube. You can subscribe to me over there, and please do that because that really is the financial, or I shouldn't say that, but that is another area basically that we've got that we stream to. You can get those content that you can get over on YouTube. It's free for you to subscribe there, but we are at a new record subscriber, so every new subscriber is a new record for us. Thank you, Tasteless Fish. Don't be a stranger. Hope we'll see you again. Have a good night as well. And so that's definitely something to think about. If you support us on YouTube, that would be lovely. Thank you for those of you who are watching over on YouTube today. That's !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Mostly trying to send people towards Blue Sky these days because I'm going to be moving away from Twitter in the very short, not too distant future, I hope. So there's all that. And then we have, again, the website arvanelleron.com, which is my website for this channel. It also has a link to Hearthglow, which is my limited run podcast. I announced earlier today that Hearthglow did another long recording. Triffid is going to be getting out the audio version of that over the next couple of weeks. We're going to be doing our last of those long recordings next month on February. The finale of Hearthglow is going to take place live at the theater in Sacred Heart University in Southern Connecticut in March. So if anyone is around the Southern Connecticut area, would love to see any or all of you there. We've done some live shows in England. We've done live shows at Gen Con, and of course we've done live shows at the Klein, but we're going to be doing this one at a theater at Sacred Heart University featuring Carlos Hernandez, C.S.E. Cooney, Adam Petrosino, and Zach Clay. Zach will be there live and in person, as will I, of course, and the rest of the players. So there will be tickets available to the general public, and I will give you more details about that. We will be trying to record it as well and broadcast it, but I'm excited about doing this live and having the sort of live room energy that we can get with that too. So that'll be in March. I'll make more announcements about the specific date in March next month in February, but that is going on. And if you want to know more about Hearthglow, you can find that on that arvanelleron.com page. Also, we just released a new Gen GM's long form video with DM and GM chips. And so you can support us over there by checking out Gen GM's as well. That would be lovely. There's a Sacred Heart University of Michigan too. Yeah, I have actually heard of that, Dragonspear. The Sacred Heart around here is very well known in Southern Connecticut, but I have heard of, and I'm sure there's Sacred Heart. I'm sure that there are a couple of Sacred Hearts elsewhere in the world also. I'm sure it's not that unique. So, but yeah, I had heard of that one in Michigan for sure. Let's see. So, yes, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get a bunch of stuff relating swag for the channel and stuff to support the channel as well. Hinty, you should come here. I know, I understand. I am aware, and at some point, I imagine my wanderings will lead me past Michigan. I've told you, it's not like Gen Con's all that far. You know, you could take a trip down to Gen Con in August, you know. You know what I'm saying? Could do that if you wanted to see us when I'm out that way. But yes, if I ever get my way up there, hopefully soon. So anyway, it's not in Michigan. No. It is not in Michigan. Unfortunately, the convention in Michigan, the big one, or the one that a lot of people know, is called Confusion. It's just at the worst possible time for me. It's literally like a week after my semester starts. So like the timing is just terrible. It just does not work for me at all, I'm afraid, travel-wise or otherwise. So I don't know, someday, but definitely not during the current sort of circumstances schedule-wise. So let's see. Also, !Arvtreon. That's the Patreon right there. That's really the financial backbone of the channel. You can get some cool stuff for yourself, like epic character backgrounds written for you, epic poems written about you, even critiques of your writing from a professional writer and college professor. That's me. So you can get that if you support the Patreon and support us as we move towards various channel goals. We really want to get that back into triple digits again. So !Arvtreon would be lovely for that. Also, subbing to the channel gets you those custom sub badges and emotes. You saw a few of us do. A few of you lovely people did that tonight. You can also get those inspirations to help our players, which is always appreciated as well. Thank you for the follow, Andrew Johns. I appreciate that. So you can always do that also. So please support us by supporting the channel by subbing to it as well. On the publication front, Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, that is my Greyshade IP, my Grey Assassin trilogy, Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic. The last book came out last year. That is available from Athos Arts at that link. You can also pre-order the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks at that link as well. And you can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade shade coming out from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is being designed by our good friend Brandon O'Brien, The Rising Tides. That will be out later this year in the summer for sure, because it is going into edits now. So that is pretty awesome. So if you want to know more about this game, that is kind of a mix of D&D and Blades in the Dark with some serious Renaissance style intrigue chops, you'll definitely want to check out that game. Brandon has done a great job of it. It's going to be amazing. So please consider doing that. And as always, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter. Important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And of course, exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message we will do so for others in this situation in the future. Now, we are going to do a raid today because we had a good turnout today, and I am appreciative to all those who made that possible. If you are not a sub, you should do this when I bring you over automagically to the place for raiding. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, please do this. The Arvanauts have landed. You can do Arvany Hype, Arvany Roar, Twitch raid, Arvany Love, Arvany Smug, Arvany Blown, Arvany Crit Hit, Arvany Woe, Arvany What, all of the Arvanys when you are brought over automagically to the place that we are going to raid very shortly. Also, a quick reminder that I will be back here on Tuesday. It'll be a three stream day on Tuesday, starting with at noon Eastern with the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream. If you like this, we're going to be doing more stuff like that with our Fighting Fantasy Gamebook, live illustrated by Tari Toons, wonderful professional artist and cartoonist. Then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I will be over on GogCom's Twitch channel with Pen and Pixels, wrapping up probably the last session of Tintin Cigars of the Pharaoh, Tintin Reporter Cigars of the Pharaoh. And then I'll be back here Tuesday evening for the Arvocalis as we come close to wrapping up, I think, within a session or two, wrapping up the game Growing Up with my voice team, the Arvocalis. So you'll definitely want to check all of that out. Thursday, we go back to Caves of Kood, which I'm very excited about as well. So you should check that out too. Thank you to my wonderful mods tonight. Thank you to Dragon Spear, Drew the Damager, Prince Justin, Triffity Mods, the best mods in the business. Thank you so much to my wonderful Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Drew, Prince Justin, Triffid, Nonstop, Crit Switch, and Mrs. Dunsel. And thank you to my wonderful viewers, many of whom came in new tonight. Thank you to ACAP Pseudonymous. Thank you to Andrew Johns. Thank you to Black Fury, to Butthurt Gamer, Craigery. Hey, Craigery. Thank you to Cyber. Thank you to Dragon. Thank you to Fat Docs. Thank you to Freaky. Thank you to Grim Geezer. Thank you to Jagtris. Thank you to Lethal Piano Wire. That's awesome. Thank you to Maelstrom God. Thank you to Mr. Ake. NVIDIA 101. I see you, NVIDIA. I'm sure you're not at all a bot. Thank you to Old Man Mikey. Thank you to Silent Control. Thank you to Smootwalla, to Steely, to Tasteless Fish. Thank you to the Kaz. Thank you to Wygion. Thank you to X Rogan. And thank you again to Wikipedia for the raid tonight. I very much appreciate it. And make sure you go follow Wikipedia because obviously they rated us, so good people, right? Otherwise, please stick around and we will be doing that raid in just a moment. But until then, everyone, please be good to each other. I'll see you folks back here on Tuesday as well. As I say, everyone be good to each other. Much love, and I'll talk to you soon.